Noting the time and the presence of a quorum, I now call the Finance Committee to order as we eat pizza.
Noting the time and the presence of a quorum, I'd like to call the Select Board meeting to order. Ready, John?
Hey, well, thank you all for being here. I know it's early, and maybe you just ran home from work, so thanks for being here to be part of our budget workshops. This is an annual event where you hear a lot from me throughout the year, but this is a night that you get to hear from all the unbelievable department heads that we have that are running all the services that are provided to this community. So it's a fun night. You're going to learn a lot. You're going to get to meet some new faces. We have a lot of new people working here that maybe weren't here last year. So I'm excited for you to meet them all. I just wanted to go over a few logistics before we get started. We will be going through several departments in the budget book. Hopefully you have it on your computer or in front of you because we'll be referring to it throughout the night. Generally, the presentations will follow the order of the budget book with a few changes. I think the fire department is going tomorrow night instead of tonight. Everything else should be in the order as you see it. As I mentioned at the budget presentation a few weeks ago, there's a lot of data and details in the budget book in the first 33 pages. There is one page that we've revised because we got our free cash certification over the weekend. That has been handed out to you. So you can just slide it into your book where it goes, or you keep it however you want to handle that. If you have questions about that, Ellie can address those afterwards. Just to introduce the team that's up here now, I'm John Mangiarotti, I'm the town manager. Tom Beejan's our deputy town manager. Ellie Anderson's a budget director. And we are going to get started with department presentations. They will present, sitting here, and then if there's a group of them, they'll all go. And then as a department or as a group, we'll take questions at that time, and we'll take as long as you want for questions. And if there's a question that we can't answer, we'll write it down and get back to you. But we're going to do our best to answer everything we can. And if you have any comments or questions, this is a great time to hear from you all. So, Tom, why don't you take us where we're going, and we'll get started.
Thank you, John, and good evening, everybody. So starting us off tonight will be the administration and finance team. If everybody could come on up here. As they're coming up, I'm happy to introduce everybody as part of the finance and administration team. To my left is Ellie Anderson, who you just heard, is the budget director. Up at the table here with us is Kristen Calouette, the town accountant, CJ Carroll, the principal assessor, and in the second row of the team is Mary Beth Sabek, who is the human resources director, and Patrick McIntyre, who is the treasurer collector. We'll go right through the budget book as it lies. So the first person who will be presenting for the administration finance team will be Ellie, who's presenting the finance director's budget. So I'll pass it over to Ellie for now.
Yeah, what's your problem?
Sorry.
No, I'm not going to touch your things.
Okay, good evening. As John said, my name is Ellie Anderson. I am the budget director, and I have been with the town for 3.5 years now. And I will be presenting the finance director's budget on behalf of the entire finance division. The finance division has experienced some transition in the past year, as you all know. Joanne Norton, former town accountant, retired at the end of 2024, and Marianne Fleckner retired in August of 2025. Teresa O'Leary, former treasurer collector, left the town in spring of 2025. And as a result of these changes, Kristen Calouette was promoted to town accountant, and Patrick McIntyre was appointed as treasurer collector. Over the past fiscal year, the finance division has continued its practice of sound financial management and financial reporting. We have received the award for outstanding achievement for the FY 2024 Popular Annual Financial Report, also known as the PAFR, as well as the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for the FY 2024 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, also known as the ACFR, which is a more in-depth version of the annual audit. Both of these awards were from the Government Finance Officers Association. This is the 4th year that the town has received the PAFR award and the 11th year that the town has received the ACFR award. The town also reaffirmed its AAA bond rating from S&P Global in spring of 2025. The finance director's budget, which starts on page 39, carries the costs for other post-employment benefits, or OPEB, the Middlesex County Retirement Assessment, all general fund health insurance, workers' compensation and property liability insurances, general fund debt service, and most of the town hall's postage costs. In FY 2027, there have been significant changes in the health insurance budgets to better align how we budget with where our actual costs are. As shown on page 41, costs have been shifted between the various health insurance lines, and funding has been eliminated in some lines altogether. This transition will both improve spending and budget clarity. The health insurance budgets shown are based on an analysis of actual FY 2026 health insurance enrollment and a projected 15% premium increase from Maya. The town's workers' compensation and property liability insurances are offered through Maya, who is projecting an FY 2027 cost of $417,000 between both of those types of insurance. This combined cost has been split between the two budget lines according to each line's proportionate cost in FY 2025. The Middlesex County retirement line reflects a 7% increase over FY 2026 and includes the discount that the town receives for paying this assessment in full on July 1st of every year. The town's annual general fund contribution to the OPEB trust has been adjusted to $100,000 in alignment with the recently approved OPEB funding policy presented by the town manager last month. The town's general fund debt service budget has increased and is consistent with the town's debt schedules. The increase in FY 2027 is related to the introduction of annual debt service for the DPW Fuel Depot project, the Complete Streets and Stormwater projects, all of which were approved by voters at the 2024 annual town meeting and were borrowed for in May of 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ellie. Just a quick housekeeping note. We're going to go through all the department presentations, and then at the end, we'll be ready to take any questions. And next up for the Finance and Administration team is Town Accountant Kristen Cowett.
Hi, good evening. I'm Kristen Cowett. I'm the town accountant, and I've been with the town for 19 years. My accounting team consists of Jen Archambault, Kathy Wynn, and Brandy Rando. The accounting division maintains a comprehensive and detailed general ledger for all town financial activities. We prepare and submit all required reports to the Department of Revenue, such as the Schedule A and the balance sheet, in preparation for free cash certification. In addition, we reconcile cash, accounts receivables, to the books of the treasurer collector. Process a biweekly warrant that consists of payroll and payments for all town invoices. We also provide continuous training and support for all employees on payroll, accounts payable, and general financial reporting. The accounting division recently went through a significant transition period, and with the addition of Brandy Rando, who transferred from Treasury, who is now a senior staff accountant, we've been able to improve our day-to-day operations. Additionally, the accounting division is working with the Human Resource Department to streamline how we process new hires and payroll. We continue to work on introducing and implementing time entry to all town departments to reduce the amount of manual staff hours the accounting department dedicates to payroll process. The accounting department budget begins on page 43. Accounting, we transferred our clerical salaries to professional salaries line due to the promotions of Kathy Wynn and Brandy Rando, both becoming senior staff accountants. In addition, we have asked for an increase in travel to cover the cost of our annual accounting school, which is held out in UMass Amherst in March. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kristen. The next up, as part of the team, is the Principal Assessor, C.J. Carroll, to present the Assessor's Office budget.
Thanks, Tom. Hi, everyone. Good to see you all again. My name is C.J. Carroll. I'm the Principal Assessor here in Acton. I've been here for about 2.5 years now. With me in the assessing department is Marty Abbott and new addition, Chase Murphy. The Board of Assessors consists of our chair, Carol Leipner-Srebnick, Leo Fochman, and our newest addition as of this month, Craig DiPaolo. The goal of the Assessor's Office is to assess all real and personal property at full and fair cash value, resulting in fair and equitable taxation. This includes maintaining a database of all parcels in town, reporting to the Department of Revenue, and following their guidelines and requirements. Analyzing and inspecting all sales in town and using this information to inform values, processing abatements and exemptions of all types, and assisting residents and taxpayers. It is important that the most vulnerable members of the community are given opportunities for tax relief. We hold multiple presentations at the COA each year, and because of this, Acton provides some of the most tax relief in the state, about $670,000 in 2025, utilizing programs for the elderly, disabled veterans, and individuals in extreme financial or medical hardship circumstances. This year, we saw the hiring of our new Assistant Assessor, Chase, who's been an amazing addition to the team and has helped in getting our inspection process to run as smoothly as it ever has. Additionally, Marty was awarded the Lally Merit Award for Municipal Employee of the Year for her outstanding work in the Acton community. We also had a successful fiscal 2026 revaluation, which is an audit of our assessing database that the DOR conducts every 5 years. On page 45, you can find the Assessor Department budget. The expenses outside of personnel are databases for real and personal property, those being Vision and RRC, as well as other tools like Nearmap and MLS for sales and property imagery data. Also amounts for contracted help, interim and certification year value adjustments, and checking on personal property accounts on an ongoing basis as required by the state. Starting last year, there was an increase in the professional services line, if you remember. $16,000 of which is data collection. This replaces a large capital request for data collection projects every 10 years to satisfy the state requirements. That's the summary of the assessor's office, and thank you, and I look forward to any questions that you have.
Thank you very much, CJ. For the Treasurer Collector's Office, Patrick McIntyre will be here to present.
Good evening. My name is Patrick McIntyre, and I have been your Treasurer Collector since July of 2025. I'm supported in the office by my new Assistant Treasurer Collector, Naomi Kwanzaa, who joined the town in October of 2025, Emma Beliza, who just celebrated her one-year anniversary earlier this month, and the part-time clerk, Ann Miles, who's been with us since 2024. Our office collects over 75,000 real estate, personal property, motor vehicle excise, and sewer bills each year. You can see in the performance metrics that the town has maintained a 99% or higher collection, which is quite impressive. We also collect and process other town receipts such as building permits, recreation fees, and other general receipts. We also respond to requests for tax balances owed, paid tax statements, and other general customer requests. As your treasurer, I'm responsible for all monies of the town in this general fund, but also in funds such as stabilization and the trust funds. We invest the town's funds at the highest possible rates, taking into account safety, liquidity, and yield. Recent accomplishments for the Treasurer's Department include moving the town's trust funds from the legalist to the prudent investor, as was accepted at town meeting. We also worked with our financial advisors to implement Base Fund, an online tracking software for better transparency and reporting of the town's debt. And lastly, we've been working with the building department to implement and review tax payment statuses during the building permit process. A permit is placed on hold until all taxes are paid. Goals for 2027 include bringing in-person credit and debit card processing to the finance wing. This will allow my office as well as the town clerk to take credit and debit cards at the counter. We're also streamlining the town's banking setup to increase interest income and better efficiencies, and we'll be reaching out to properties with delinquent taxes to offer them payment plans. In terms of the budget, which starts on page 50, we look to increase advertising, which would be advertising those accounts that we are forced to put into tax title. Dues and membership, as well as professional development, are slightly increased to allow, like the accounting department, the staff to attend the Mass Collectors and Treasurers Association Annual School in Amherst, Massachusetts, and to continue their education and ultimately become certified by the association. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate any questions you may have for me.
Thank you very much, Patrick. The last department for the Finance Administration team presenting tonight is Mary Beth Zabek, presenting the Human Resources budget.
Hello. As Tom said, I'm Mary Beth Zabek. I'm currently the HR Director, and I've been with the town for 6.5 years. The Human Resources Department supports over 200 active employees across the town and approximately 300 retirees within the Middlesex County and Massachusetts teachers' retirement systems. Our work includes compliance with labor laws, such as FMLA and ADA, classification and compensation, employee benefits, recruitment and hiring, collective bargaining, training, performance management, and employer relations. At its core, our role is to ensure the town remains a compliant, competitive, and a supportive place to work. And our budget starts on page 51 of the budget book. In FY26, the department navigated several ongoing challenges, particularly recruitment within specialized and public safety roles, as well as a continued increase in complex FMLA, ADA, and workers' compensation cases that require a significant amount of admin oversight. Despite these challenges, we made several important improvements this year. We completed a smooth leadership transition in the department following the retirement of the previous Director of Admin and Finance. And we also redesigned the town's intern program to include structured learning hours across departments, giving interns broader exposure to government operations and improving the town's early career talent pipeline. We also developed and implemented a targeted social media campaign specialized within public safety roles to support police, fire, and dispatch hiring. That effort resulted in about a 50% increase in applicants for those roles, helping improve candidate pools without increasing advertising costs. Looking ahead to FY27, our focus is on stabilizing operations, improving systems, and protecting service levels. Our staffing goal is to fully build out the department to a sustainable structure consisting of myself, 2 full-time support staff, and also a part-time benefits administrator. A major goal for FY27 is the successful transition of Medicare-eligible retirees who were on the Aetna Advantage Plan and moving them over to the Maya Blue Cross Blue Shield Advantage Plan. This has required careful planning, clear communication, and close coordination to ensure uninterrupted coverage. Finally, we plan to continue strengthening the workplace culture by expanding low-cost but high-impact employee recognition initiatives. From a budget perspective, there are a few notable changes in our FY27 budget. You'll see a decrease in personal services due to the reclassification of the Director of Admin and Finance position, as well as a decrease in our overtime budget to better reflect the trends we've seen in the past 3 years. At the same time, we are requesting increases in 2 areas. First, in our advertising budget to continue to modernize how we recruit. And also, we're asking for professional development funding so we can properly support and train new staff. Overall, our focus for FY27 is to make sure the HR operation is stable, responsive, and keeping pace with the needs of the town. The goal is to keep things running smoothly behind the scenes so departments and employees can stay focused on serving Acton. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary Beth. And thank you to the Select Board and Finance Committee members for this opportunity tonight for the team and myself to be able to present the Finance and Administration budget section to you. The group of us are ready to take any questions on that section of the budget if you have any.
Questions from Select Board? Okay, Alyssa.
Thank you all for the presentations. I just have a couple quick questions. In the accounting division, it looks like the professional salaries and clerical salaries have experienced some changes. And Kristen, you mentioned a couple of promotions, which probably explains some of the increase to the professional salaries, but it also looks like the clerical salaries may have been that more than, well, not more than, but almost offsets that increase. And I'm just wondering, was that a position that was eliminated? There are still 4 FTEs, or is it just that the roles have changed with those promotions?
It's just that the roles have changed.
Okay. And then I had one question about the treasure collector division. I'm looking at, 8 to 10 years ago, we had 100% collection, and we're still, above 99% is still really fabulous. I'm just wondering if you have any insight. I'm thinking that review of the taxes being put on pause before a building permit is issued, like that can help. But are there other methods that maybe used to be used, not that you were here, or other ideas that you have to potentially get us back up to 100%?
Sure, I think sending out the reminders to people that, they are delinquent. Some people, when their mortgage is paid off, they forget that they actually have to make the payment. It's something that just automatically happened. And what I've seen, the trend here is amazing, 99% for however long. The trend that I see, if there was going to be a fall off on collection rate, would come with motor vehicle excise. And what I've seen is 2025 to 2026, there's actually been an increase by just like a couple 100,000. So people are still buying cars, which means people are still being able to afford their housing, being able to afford their taxes. So sending out reminder letters to get them to catch up on their taxes, and then through the building permit process, we've caught a few of those. I wasn't expecting to catch any, but we did catch a few, and they've made payments, and again, I think it's the same situation where the house is paid off, escrow is taking care of it, oh, now I have to write a check to the town.
All right, I've got one question for HR. I noticed that the senior work program, you've adjusted the budget downward, I think, to more closely reflect the actuals. Do you have any insight on why we're not getting a lot of folks in that program?
I will say the majority of the advertising for that program is done through the assessor's office downstairs. We have a flyer saying, if you want to learn more about the senior work program when you're making your tax payments to CHR. That's really the biggest pool that we see the senior work program come from. So, yeah, over the past 3 years, we haven't come very close to that budget, which is why I decreased it a little bit. But, so the trend isn't going down, it's staying stable.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a couple questions. Hope my committee doesn't mind if I just ask them first, and then maybe can bounce a couple questions off the list. First thing for everybody, the new hires that landed in 2025, that happened after the month of January, if you could just go through them and the hiring dates, because changing compensation year over year, part of that's going to be due to a full load of that person being in the payroll for the year, and that will help explain some of the compensation variance, and I just want to make sure that we know. And then secondarily on that list is that if any of the departments have any open positions that are budgeted but are not filled. So I may just start with that.
I think the question is, we budgeted, the budget didn't change when the position became vacant. So if the position was budgeted at $90,000 a year, that's still what it shows in here. And if the person that we hired comes in and makes $87,000, then we didn't change the budget. They just make less. So we can give you the date that everyone was hired, but it wouldn't change the budget.
I'm trying to understand the variance between the actuals and the budget, and that would help me understand the difference between that. But if we can take that offline, it's fine. If you don't think it's worthwhile going into.
We can certainly do that, not live, but we could do
Yeah,
that
that's fine.
afterwards.
Yeah, I'm looking at actuals to budget, not budget to budget. So that's why some of my questions might sound a little bit different. A question on the tax relief. It's kind of what I was listening to, when taxes get when someone is late on their taxes, is there a process for them going late on their taxes to tax relief? Is there a path there, or how does that work?
You can start. You start.
So for the past due taxes, they just accrue interest until they can either talk to CJ or work something out.
So I guess, can you clarify what you mean?
All right, let's say somebody doesn't pay their taxes, but it ends up because of the hardship, and then they try to get tax relief from the town. I'm just curious, like, how does that go from, one department to the other? Like, is there a process, or how does that work?
So each fiscal year would be treated differently from a tax relief perspective, because it's a different application, different qualifying timeline for every qualifier. So what I can say that may help answer your question is that regardless of someone's standing in the previous year, their application is treated for the current fiscal year. And then that being said as well, the due dates of those applications are due prior to the end of the given fiscal year on April 1st. I don't know if that's helpful.
So someone has to be proactive in applying for tax relief if they're having challenges paying the bill, basically, right? They have to,
Correct.
they have
So
to file and.
you can't file for past years,
Okay.
unfortunately, yep.
All right. Thank you. That answers that question. Then I have one question for Mary Beth. You had said there was and I just missed it in my notes. You had said there was an ask in HR, and you said something and I missed it.
I said a what? Sorry.
You had said, like, at the end of your speech, you had said that HR there was something you were asking for in your numbers, and I just missed it.
So it was in our advertising budget to look for new creative ways in case we need funding, and also professional development for new staff.
And then, okay, that's what that was? And then
Yes.
my secondary question was, are you seeing, my perception is that the answer is there is success, but are you seeing success with the change in the hours with the applicants and the hires? Is that helping retention?
Absolutely. It's a key selling point when we hire, especially non-union positions. I think in every interview I've been in since September, if someone was on the fence, when we mentioned the 36-hour work week, it kind of makes it a little bit of a better deal for them. So I think it's a large success. People seem, we get a bit more applicants, especially because some surrounding communities are either 40 or 37 and a half hour work weeks, while here's 36.
All right, thank you. I'm going to defer now to the team. Steve?
Sure. This is a toss-up for anybody in accounting. The professional service audit budget seems to fluctuate between $63,000 and $80,000 from year to year. Is there a difference in the scope of work from year to year, or?
No, the scope of work is the same, and it does, I'm trying to think, I think last year's audit was 79,000. So I thought there was an increase at one point a few years back.
Yeah, so 25 actuals were 80, but then the budget for 26 was 63, and now we're back to 80. So you're saying last year was 79? So
Yes.
80 is a good budget, okay.
Yes.
This one's for Ellie, I guess. The workers' comp insurance increased by 23%. Is that just rate based on experience, or are we having more accidents?
So cumulatively, we're billed for both workers' comp and property liability. That's one bill.
Okay.
So that total bill was increasing to 417,000. But since we're budgeting for them in two separate lines, I took that 417 and I split it between the two according to spending, proportionate spending in FY '25.
Okay. And one for CJ. This may be in this book, but there's a lot in there. What was just the year-over-year increase on the total assessed value of the town?
For fiscal '25 to '26?
Yeah.
I believe it is in the book there.
I'm sure it is.
Not in your head?
It's not, but the two numbers are in my head, so I can give you a rough number, if that works for you.
It's fine, because my tax bill's in my head, too. We can compare.
That's page 33.
I believe it's around 6% in assessed value increase,
Okay.
but,
Everyone's mileage may
oh, I'm
vary.
thinking of, that was last year's increase. I had the wrong numbers in my head. To answer that question, yes, everyone's mileage will vary.
Some answers we do get live, apparently. Here we go.
Do you not want me to give this
No,
live?
go.
7.7%.
Okay, thank you. Mine was bigger for the record.
You got up quickly. Have there been an increase in number of applications for tax relief? Is there a trend, or is it noise?
Not a particular trend. In applications, if you look, I believe there's also a graph within our pages there somewhere. There has been a trend over the last decade or so of increasing amounts provided, so that the number of applicants would follow that trend. I would say, if anything, it's leveled off in the last couple of years. Part of that, I hope, being due to the fact that more people who need it are aware of it and have already come to us.
Thank you. Multiple people have said that it's been a year of transition, that there's been turnover. What do you guys attribute the turnover to, and do we believe that it's run its course and that it's behind us now?
Yeah, I think it's been more than a year of transition, to be honest. I think it's a combination of several retirements, a few people taking opportunities in other communities, and I think that was about it. But I think we're now at a pretty stable point. I think the finance department is fully staffed, and some other departments that we were having some vacancies have stabilized as well, so we're in a good spot. I mean, if you look at some of the data that Mary Beth has in the book, they did a lot of interviews in HR in the last few years, and I think that that's leveled off. I think even today, I think we only have 2 jobs posted today, which is the lowest number of jobs posted on our website in a long time. So it's a good sign, and hopefully it stays.
And speaking of the interviews, my next question was on the exit interviews for municipal employees that leave. Is it just you who conducts the exit interviews, or has there been a change in policy since the previous Director of Human Resources?
Normally, it is myself. I've been doing them for the past 4 years or so. But we have been involving DEI a little bit as well.
Who?
DEI, Wanjico.
Okay, great, thank you. I just want to make sure I understand the OPEB numbers. I understand that in your presentation on Monday to the Select Board, you mentioned that it's $100,000 in the budget. It's $300,000 from free cash, and in the book, it says there's another $40,000 from the Ambulance Enterprise Fund. So am I reading that correctly, that whereas last year we had $560,000 that we put into the OPEB trust, this year we're going to put in $440,000? Is that an accurate roll-up of OPEB?
Yes, the numbers are accurate, but there's one missing piece, which is the spending. So last year, if you recall, we put in that amount, but we transferred 300,000 out. So the net contribution last year was actually 240 something, or less. So this year, what we're proposing is actually an increase in total contribution compared to what we did last year, and I believe the year before.
Excellent. Do we have I saw Middlesex Retirement has the new anticipated fully funded date. Do we have a new anticipated fully funded date for OPEB?
The most recent actuarial report, which I think I sent out to the Finance Committee at the end of the calendar year, it's in the mid-2030s. I think that they had accounted for a few things that happened in the last 5 years. One thing, health insurance rates skyrocketed, so that required them to sort of readjust some things. And also the policy that we adopted where we were starting to spend it down a little bit, they accounted for that, and they considered it a net contribution of 300. So the fact that we're contributing higher than that net contribution going forward, I think will be favorable for our kind of long-term liability.
And I'm afraid I missed it. You said that you had presented a policy on OPEB. Must have been in one of the recent meetings. Unfortunately, I've missed a couple of them. Does the $300,000 out of free cash, is that subject to review every year, or is that the expectation that you'll be able to have $300,000 every year out of free cash?
Yeah, so it's definitely subject to review every year. I think this year in particular, we have turned back in our health insurance budget because of the budget, how we budgeted over the last 2 years. We had a surplus, and so I felt confident that we would have funding coming back that we could assign to that. Going forward, we can't assume that will happen, and we'll have to make that decision on an annual basis, how much we contribute from which source. The change in policy this year was to change from just spending operating and enterprise funds to also using reserves, which I think many communities have been doing for a long time. And I think it's a good practice that gives us some more flexibility going forward.
Sooner we get done with OPEB, the better off we'll all be, right? Last question is on the investment income. I see that the FY25 actual investment income was very healthy, more than double what what we're estimating for fiscal year 26 and fiscal year 27. Why such a great investment income? Did you buy NVIDIA at just the right time? And secondly, is there why aren't we increasing the estimate of the income for the 2 following years if this previous year has been this good?
Yeah, I will, some of that is related to the market, but I think some of it is related to some new strategies that our treasurer collectors has employed, if you want to expound on that a little bit. And then we can address why we haven't adjusted it too much in the budget.
So some of the changes in the banking, we're creating a concentration account. So all our funds are going to be pooled in one so that we're not going to be just moving chunks of money to cover the different warrants. They're going to be taken as they're needed. So those idle funds will stay and remain invested. I also took the opportunity to take some of the idle funds that were in other banks and carve them out for some CDs at like 4.5%. So I think just in the first couple months, we've seen about $93,000 in investment income on those 4 or 5 CDs. Future changes, we're trying to get ahead of it because if the Fed lowers the rate another 25 basis points in the next couple months, I'm trying to lock them up now and hopefully ride it out. But I know one of the big changes was the town gets between $13 and $14 million every quarter as part of the escrow. The prior quarters were going to a bank that didn't have interest really attached to it. Those funds are now moved to an account that does. So, and not drawing down on those funds as, as frequently to cover warrants. Those funds stay there and they're investing them, at a much better rate than zero.
And then Ellie, could you just speak to our revenue projection for interest?
Yeah, so we did decide to keep the estimate for investment income stable just because of what Patrick had said, that the investment income is so economically driven and there is some uncertainty in the economy, especially with interest rates, that when we were taking that total $6.5 million local receipt estimate, we kind of decided to distribute it differently instead of putting too much pressure on investment income.
And if I could also just be, with the change from the legal list to the prudent investor, I've only seen one quarter so far, but that first quarter is looking a lot better under the prudent investor law, prudent investor rule than the legal list. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the legal list, but it's only 22 base stocks and bonds that you can get into. Legal, prudent investor is a much wider, much more diverse pool to invest in.
Just my feedback is I think you've got room to grow on your investment income estimate, especially if it's already locked up in CD.
I think this is a question for Ellie, and I was not planning to ask it, but I ran into a department head yesterday at an event who was concerned that last year the libraries won the KPI, Kudos for KPI award from the Finance Committee, and he said, you're going to ask questions about key performance indicators, aren't you? Because apparently they're watching old film and trying to figure out our moves.
It wasn't me.
No. It's just one of those things. So I have to ask, what do you consider your key performance indicators? What would alert you to something that had gone south?
I would say that it's pretty evolving. This sort of budget division, budget position was created with me a couple of years ago. So I think my role is to oversee the budget, ensure that things, and then be a support person to departments. We meet quarterly to review budgets and purchase orders, bring the whole finance team in, bring in administrative people. So I don't know exactly what metric would tell me, because I'm looking at pretty much all of the metrics, all the budget lines, all of the funds, all of the time.
Oh, okay. Well, then let me ask the question I had prepared before I was told I had better ask a KPI question, or somebody didn't have a chance to knock off the libraries this year. Where are we being optimistic in our assumptions, whether it be health insurance trends or grant continuity or whatever, and what would be the downside if those assumptions don't hold?
I think we're pretty conservative with our revenue estimates because you can't go back. I don't think we're out on a limb on any of our estimates, and that's on purpose.
I have one question for CJ. This is question's a year late. But I'm looking at this thing with the graph with the taxable parcels. How come it dropped so much from FY '24 to '25?
FY '24 to '25.
And it dropped a little more going from 20.
Yeah, so
26.
those things can fluctuate a little bit. That one specifically, if I'm remembering correctly, it was 24 to 25. So I would probably want to check.
Okay.
But yeah, the biggest one would be that we introduced and the select board approved a personal property maximum or minimum, sorry. So what that means is any Currently, the amount is $2,500. So any personal property account that's assessed under $2,500 in value, we no longer send a tax bill to.
Okay. Thank you.
That's the main reason.
Okay.
Thank you. I think the Finance Committee is, unless Allison's got a question. I think we're done with the questions. Thank you. Nice job.
Nice work, everybody. Yes, all right, sure, yes, absolutely. We are moving on to the other side of Town Hall. This is the land use side, the land use wing, we like to call it. We have several leaders of different operations down there that will be presenting next. And I think the building department will be going first, which is led by Ed Mullen.
Do this. Good evening, everybody. If you could please turn to page 56, that's where my budget lies. My name is Ed Mullen. I serve as the building commissioner and the zoning enforcement officer. The building division consists of 2 full-time and 4 part-time employees. Together, this team is responsible for permitting review, inspections, enforcement, and customer support services for the community. The building division counter is staffed by our part-time customer service representative, Yan Lee. Yan provides frontline support to residents and contractors and also offers an invaluable interpretation assistance for members of our Mandarin-speaking community. Additional high-level support is provided through our newly created permit coordinator position. Congratulations to Jessica Thomas on this promotion. Jessica conducts in-depth reviews on permit applications across all land use divisions. For the building division specifically, she performs detailed zoning compliance checks as part of the overall review process. This has significantly strengthened the quality and consistency of permitting operations. Our inspectional staff consists of 5 inspectors, including myself. We have 2 additional building inspectors, 1 full-time inspector, John Garside. John is also a certified building commissioner, and he's a sworn health agent with the town, which adds valuable cross-departmental expertise on our team. Our part-time building inspector, Jack Walsh, retired after more than 30 years of service with the city of Boston. Jack brings in-depth experience to the town. We also are supported by our part-time plumbing and gas inspector, Alan Noyes. Alan graciously opens the building division every morning at 7 a.m. for us and provides consistent, dependable support for the entire office. Our inspector of wires, Bill Morehouse, is shared with the town of Littleton through an intermunicipal agreement. Bill has served with the town of Acton in this role for over 25 years and continues to be a vital resource. At the state level, we continue to see an increase in mandates, but largely unfunded. Reporting requirements, these include tracking reporting on accessory dwelling units, the fossil-free fuel bylaw building compliance, housing production, solar installation, conversion to air source heat pumps, and compliance with a specialized energy code. Each of these initiatives adds administrative and technical responsibilities to the department while requiring ongoing training and coordination. Our OpenGov online software allows us to pull this data more efficiently. Our permitting system continues to evolve and has become an increasingly important tool in streamlining the review and issuance of permits, not only for the building division, but also across other land use divisions and town departments. This has improved transparency, efficiency, and customer access. Over the past several years, the building division has strategically leveraged available resources to maintain consistent and reliable services. We have transitioned support staff salaries and most inspectors to the building inspectors revolving fund. In FY25, we began making annual contributions towards our town fleet program for our vehicles. This practice will continue. The building division also continues to absorb the annual cost of the OpenGov permit software, which supports our online operations. In addition, Fire Prevention Officer Jeff Dalton has been a very welcomed addition to both permit review and inspection process. Jeff, affectionately known as Dalton, brings a high level of enthusiasm, professionalism, and technical knowledge to this position. His role, which is funded through the Building Inspectors Revolving Fund, has significantly improved our process. I'm happy to answer any questions after this.
We will have you hang around, and we'll have the Planning and Conservation Director go next. Kayla Sauer.
Good evening, members of the Select Board and Finance Committee. I'm Kayla Sauer, Planning Director for the Town of Acton. I've been with the town for 4.5 years, but in this specific role as Director for just about 3 months now. I currently oversee both the Planning and Conservation divisions. Our Planning division includes Nate Ryan, one of our assistant planners, and Barb Ryans, our part-time cultural resources planner. The Planning division recently brought on Matt Curley, another assistant planner, in early December. I want to give a big shout out to Nate, who stepped up and managed a great deal this past summer when Kristen Guichard, our former planning director, departed and I was on maternity leave. The Conservation Division is staffed by Olivia Barksdale, the conservation agent, and Ian Bergman, who's back there, who recently assumed the title of Open Space and Trails Manager. We have also had a transition in administrative support, like Ed mentioned, and have welcomed on Jessica Thomas as the permit coordinator, sharing this role with the building department. Together, Planning and Conservation support permitting and provide staff support for 10 boards and committees, and our workload related to permits fluctuates year to year based on the number and complexity of applications. In addition to permitting, we work closely with the community to implement adopted plans that guide how Acton grows and how its natural resources are protected. Starting with planning on page 59, our core responsibilities include zoning and subdivision review, staff support for the Planning Board, Zoning Board of Appeals, Historical Commission, Historic District Commission, and Community Preservation Committee, along with long-range planning, housing initiatives, and managing grant-funded projects that implement the town's adopted plans. One of our ongoing challenges is balancing increasingly complex state mandates related to housing and climate with meaningful public engagement, particularly as residents are being asked to participate in multiple initiatives at once. This past year, I'm particularly proud of the Planning Division's role in advancing the Habitat for All zoning initiative and adopting a new accessory dwelling unit bylaw, both which passed town meeting. In addition, we've completed an updated housing protection plan and maintained our status as a housing choice community. Looking ahead, our goals for FY27 include implementing recently adopted zoning and planning initiatives, increasing public engagement, especially reaching residents who have not traditionally participated, and beginning planning for the next update to Acton's comprehensive plan. Turning to conservation on page 62, the division administers the Wetlands Protection Act, including management of permitting and enforcement, and oversees stewardship of more than 2,100 acres of conservation land in partnership with volunteers and local organizations. The Conservation Division continues to face challenges related to climate impacts, including increased flooding, beaver activity, trail deterioration, and hazardous tree removals, as well as ongoing volunteer recruitment and coordination. Recent accomplishments include passage of the tree clearing delay bylaw at town meeting, the acquisition and opening of Moritz Forest Conservation Land, approval of the Open Space and Recreation Plan, and extensive volunteer-driven stewardship and environmental education efforts. Goals for the coming year include implementing the Open Space and Recreation Plan, improving baseline documentation for conservation restrictions, enhancing visitor experiences on conservation lands, and strengthening communication and volunteer engagement. From a budget perspective, both the planning and conservation budgets are essentially level funded, with changes being driven primarily by salary steps. There are no significant changes proposed, and the budget maintains our current level of service. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
We welcome questions on the land use team, for the land use team.
Okay, anyone from the select board have any questions? Fran?
Hi, thank you for your presentations. Ed, I was going to direct this question to you, and it's under your changes and ongoing challenges. And I was curious if the new ADU law was just a change or a challenge. And I was curious if, how many permits we've gotten and what are the obstacles of the law.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, it's a welcome challenge. We look forward to alternative housing initiatives, so I think it's a good challenge to have. I think there's 9 permits that we've issued in 2025, and there's 2 in queue right now for 26, so I think we're going to see an increase continue. We're hopeful. I think some of the challenges to the ADU bylaw are compliance with the building code. The Specialized Energy Code actually reduced some of the requirements for ADU as opposed to new construction. So the R values have been lessened and the air exchange has been lessened a little bit. But just the pure cost of construction today is so high that it's still a challenge. And when it's a connected unit, not a standalone ADU, they still have to meet the building code, which is fire separation, because it's considered a two-family under the building code. So that's probably the biggest challenge that we're seeing. But we try to help guide the applicants through the process and make it as painless as possible, because we really see the need for the resource, the ADUs.
Thank you.
Alyssa?
Thanks. I just have a question of the goals for planning in FY '27. The third bullet mentions increasing engagement with the community, particularly a focus on folks that are not traditionally participating in planning processes. And earlier this afternoon, I was boasting about the planning division's great community engagement efforts to some folks in other towns. So I'm just wondering if you can share anything specific that you're planning to try this coming year.
That's a great question. I think with a change in the planning department, it's always a welcome time to look at our processes and see how we can improve. One of the things we've established just once is sending out at least once a year a townwide mailer, a little postcard that if we're taking on a larger planning initiative, that helps bring people in who may not be paying attention to our agendas, for example. Another thing is that we've been working with the Acton Housing Authority and how we can involve the residents there more often by hosting workshops there. So just two examples.
Thank you. This isn't so much a question, but a comment. I'm similar to the first presentation. I'm seeing a decrease in the professional salaries, and yet I'm hearing about promotions. So I just want to, I guess, call attention to the fact that we're seeing some promotions, or at least job title changes, and we're I think in building it was 14%, and planning it was 10% decrease, but no change to services. So kudos for that. Still struggling to understand how we can have the same number of FTEs and promotions and yet a decrease in those professional salaries, but that's great news for the town.
Any other questions? Jim?
In my brief career of trying to understand building codes, I was shocked to understand that I couldn't actually, in a lot of cases, read the underlying building codes because they were hidden behind paywalls. And I don't know what sort of scam allows, public law to be, privatized and you have to pay for it. But I was wondering, does that cost show up in your budget somewhere, or do you have access to it because of some professional certification, or what?
Thanks for pointing that out. It's a good question. We have to pay for access as well. So the state promulgates the building code. We're in the 10th edition. And basically, the state, other than the amendments, just rewrites Chapter 1 of the building code, and then the rest is the international code. So we have to go through the ICC website to have digital access. When the 10th edition was promulgated, we did purchase 2 sets of hard copies, one for myself and one for the assistant inspectors. And those are in our office, and those are the ones that end up at the counter a lot when you're reviewing with homeowners or other builders on what code compliance might take. But yeah, for the access, I think we're up to $1,000 for 2 users on that. Digital access per year, yep.
Okay, over to you.
All right, I'm going to start with, these are probably 2 questions for John, even though one's going to be across the board, because he's probably the best one to answer. But very first one, so I don't have to ask everybody, what are the 2 open positions that exist that you are currently hiring for? And so I'm going to assume that all the other positions are filled. I know it doesn't have to do with this department. I just want to you said that you're hiring for 2 open positions?
Truck driver and HR assistant. There you
All
go.
right, perfect. All right. And now this is a better question for you, John. in a very high-level summary, could you, because I get, with all these departments and the zoning, I get myself a little bit spun around. Between Patricia's department with the economic development and the things that she's trying to do with zoning, and then the actual zoning, and then the building department, how do they all, I'm assuming they're all talking to each other. What's a summary level way you could kind of describe how they're working together?
That's a great question, thank you. So certain positions in town have obligations to enforce local bylaws, state bylaws, international building codes, and those are the people at this table. Planning Division has all the select board's permits that they help oversee. Economic Development doesn't have any of those obligations. Their obligations are pointed more externally to help members of the community navigate those requirements. And so Patricia, and before that, the previous economic development directors meet regularly with planning staff and building staff and their team members to talk about issues that are happening with particular businesses or particular properties, or to do strategic planning for things like the initiative that they brought forward a few weeks ago, looking at some minor changes to zoning. So we have now on the books a monthly meeting, which is going to start in January, which is this month, to talk about whatever's on our minds, but they also regularly connect on issues as they come up.
All right, thank you. I'm going to defer now to the team if there's any questions. Greg?
Okay, what are your key performance indicators, KPIs?
I would say for the planning division, the easiest KPI would be if a bylaw passes at town meeting, and what the support we received. And I think over the past couple of years, we've had significant support, so I think that's been a really high indicator of the work that we've been doing in the planning division. On the conservation side, with what Ian's role does and how Olivia coordinates with that, it would be, I think, their volunteer events and how many people that they're getting to come to their engagements, such as the amphibian brigade, his water chestnut pole, those kinds of items.
For building, I would say that there's twofold. Department revenue generation would be a key performance indicator for the number of permits coming in. Of course, the number of permits and also the number of inspections that are performed every year are probably our key. That's what we probably track regularly, just even week to week to see, because it'll give us a trend. It's a trend that I might share with the town manager or the tax collector and assessing, just saying we're seeing a spike. Like when ADUs come out, we were hoping for more quicker, but we're seeing that it is an upward trend. We hope it continues, but those are some of the things we look at.
Good. And the second question, just because I don't want to be typecast as the KPI guy. What benefits are residents seeing today from prior planning investments? And where are outcomes still lagging?
That's a great question. I think since I've been here, we've passed a lot of new zoning initiatives for the South Acton Village, for the Powder Mill area, the Assabet River corridor area. We haven't seen them utilized yet, unfortunately. We also passed the MBTA overlay district. We've had some bites, I'll say, for the Powder Mill area, which has been exciting to see. So we'll see how that kind of turns out in the next couple years. So since I've been here, we haven't seen the visions that the community has decided is their vision come to play with the zoning, unfortunately.
Cool, thanks.
I just have one more point, actually, to answer something Alyssa asked. The reason, I was looking at the numbers from 25 actuals to the budget, not budgeted budget. So one of the things that I noticed is that even though in several cases that numbers have been adjusted in 27, they are conservative compared to 25. So even though a number's going down year over year, it's still higher than the actuals from '25. So I looked, you're seeing conservative budgeting. So they've looked at their numbers, they've realized that '26 was too high, and they brought the number down to a level not below the existing run rate. That's what I was looking at when I saw the numbers. So unless you correct me, I think that's pretty accurate, with how they budgeted.
That's certainly a strategy we employ in some cases. I wouldn't say it's across the board at every line item. Yeah,
Agreed.
Thanks.
And specifically, I was looking at one of the areas she was talking about.
So I think that one thing I was expecting to see with some high-level retirements and replacements with folks who have fewer years of experience was that decline. But there were some other surprises in some of the divisions. But it sounds like what's happening is, like, Jessica's now been promoted, but also working not just for the building division, but with planning too, and so you've eliminated that clerical position. Same thing with accounting, a clerical position has been eliminated with that promotion. So I like seeing this reorganization and using the skills of the people who are employed by the town to make services better for our residents and folks doing business in town without having to increase our FTEs and either having a level or a decline in the division's budget.
Any other questions from finance? All right. Thank you. Very, very nice job.
Nice work, land use. Well done. Okay, so is there still pizza left? There's still pizza left if you're still hungry or if you didn't get some earlier. We are going to move on to our next department. Our next presentation will be from the police department. The police department budget starts on, it's on the table of contents. Page 76, and it's led by Chief James Cogan.
I would like to begin by thanking all of our first responders and all other employees of the town. Acton provides excellent services to anyone requiring assistance of any kind. As a longtime resident, I appreciate these services and the continued efforts to make improvements to them. Good evening, everyone. My name is James Cogan. I am the police chief in Acton and have been for the past 3 years. I started my career in Acton in 1984, and it will be coming to an end in the next few months. So I'm happy to have had the opportunity, and I want to thank the town manager, John Mangiarotti, and the rest of the staff, as well as the town select board for giving me this opportunity, this wonderful opportunity to finish 42 years of service to the town of Acton. I have thoroughly enjoyed it, and again, I am honored to have had the opportunities that I've had. Joining me today is Doug Sterniolo, our deputy police chief, who joined the police department 26 years ago. Our portion of the Acton Police Department budget begins on page 76 with our mission statement followed by our core values. We are dedicated to protecting the lives and property of everyone through compassionate, professional, and impartial police services. Together, we manage both the budget for the police department and dispatch, which are in separate sections. Our police department currently has 47 FTEs, and there's a chart on page 77, and just over 10 in dispatch. The majority of our budget covers personnel costs. We provide a long list of services, which are on page 78. The following pages list some of our KPIs, challenges, changes, and recent accomplishments, which include the successful negotiation of a 3-year contract with both patrol and superior officers' unions, which accounts for the 7% increase seen in the first line of the personnel services section. We promoted a recently approved third lieutenant just this past month to better manage our body-worn camera program and assist with the oversight of our accreditation. The increase in professional salaries is due in part to this new position. Over the past year, we've replaced firearms and completed additional training for all officers. We've replaced defibrillators in all of our patrol fleet and added defibrillators to our unmarked emergency response vehicles in our fleet. We received approval in the past town meeting to expand our female locker room, which will make room for additional female officers. Construction is slated to begin very soon. Our department goals are to continue to modernize our technology and the use of technology, and that is one of the things we asked for a capital request for, a cloud-based software that will improve efficiency and help us use less paper. We'd like to also upgrade our records management system at some point, continue to hire quality staff to meet the needs of the community, and progress with the final phase of our radio improvement project with much assistance from our IT department, and also increase preparedness for emergencies and critical incidents. In calendar year 2025, the department handled 26,468 calls, a slight decrease from 2024. Motor vehicle violations or motor vehicle traffic enforcement, including traffic stops, continued to be a priority. We deployed electronic speed radar signs periodically in more than 30 locations throughout town to help remind motorists of the posted speed limits. We will continue with these efforts. Referrals to our JDP, or jail diversion clinician, in 2025 decreased slightly to 692. Section 12's numbers rose to 108 reported in 2025, a significant increase to the 83 we had in 2024. The deployment of our clinical responder alongside advanced trained sworn personnel continues to enhance response effectiveness and improve outcomes for calls with mental health components. And we handle a growing number of those, so that's an important metric. Responses to overdose in 2025 remain similar to last year, and I'm happy to report that in 2025 we had 0 fatal overdoses. We remain committed to working alongside of all of our town and community partners, local religious organizations and schools. We continue to build community relationships by conducting a Citizens Police Academy, participating in National Night Out, an open house that occurs on the first Tuesday in August. We've had several Coffee with a Cop events and Youth Academy at Narra Park. And also a third Cone with a Cop where we distributed ice cream throughout town at the end of summer. We also participated in the EV petting zoo for the past 3 years. Dispatch is on page 81. Public safety dispatchers play a critical role in our daily operations of emergency services, often the first point of contact in both emergency and non-emergency situations. Dispatchers are the vital link between public safety, police, fire, and EMS personnel. We added 1 additional dispatcher to meet the needs of a 4-2 schedule, which took effect on July 1st, 2025. And with the assistance of our fire department, the police department also oversees the budget for our dispatch center with a staff of 10 full-timers, which includes a dispatch supervisor and 1 part-time dispatcher. There are 2 dispatchers on duty at all times. Dispatchers take calls and coordinate an appropriate response by police, fire, and EMS. Dispatchers serve both police and fire departments. Dispatchers answered approximately 5,000 911 calls in 2025, and dispatchers provide many vital tasks, including EMD, which is emergency medical dispatch, which is so important when someone's on the phone looking for assistance and helping a loved one or someone that's hurt or injured. In 2025, we actively sought grant funding and have received almost $300,000, including a dispatch grant of $161,000, the DMH grant, which funds our clinical responder, and the traffic grant, which we received $40,000 for. With that, I'll take any questions.
David?
Thank you, Chief. About how much of the overtime budget is due to difficulty in hiring?
That's a really good question. I couldn't give you an actual number, and it varies from time to time. The difficulties we see in hiring are certainly a factor, but most of our shifts are covered with a minimum number of people. And at this time, we have enough staffing to do that. It's the sick calls, the vacations, holidays, and time off that people take to go to court or other things that impact the amount we spend on overtime. Another factor in the overtime is projects that are completed by the town, meaning a sidewalk project or the Prospect Street project, where for 5 or 6 weeks, we have a couple of officers a day that are assigned there to help with traffic enforcement. So depending upon many of those things, they all affect the amount of overtime we're spending. So I don't know if that was a direct answer, but.
No, that pretty much is, I'm hearing that, and I think this is good, that a smaller amount is due to difficulty in hiring, a larger amount is due to covering for sick time, vacation time, whatever, and then special projects. How many officer openings are there currently?
There are currently 3.
Thank you.
Melissa?
Thank you. We're going to miss you. I'm happy for your retirement, though. For you. We have 2 clinical staff responder positions, and my understanding is that one of them is filled. I know that the second one was filled for a short amount of time, but I'm wondering if that's accurate. We have just one.
That is accurate, yes.
And I'm wondering how long that's been unfilled and when, like, what's the plan for, I assume it's not posted?
It's not currently posted.
Okay.
We do plan on filling the position. It's been vacant for approximately 6 months at this time. But we've had a focus on hiring dispatchers and police officers, which has been a challenge, as David mentioned earlier. But it is something that we appreciate the work of our clinical responder, and having 2 on the staff for a short period of time was beneficial. So we look forward to filling that position.
Okay, so once things have settled, then you can turn your focus to that. Because related to that was what you mentioned about the Section 12s. I was 1 year ago looking at the downward trend and thinking, oh, that's a really good thing, but there was a really big spike this year. And I know that the Health and Human Services Department is conducting a community health audit. I'm assuming that the police department is a key partner in that, since you're dealing with mental health calls.
That's correct.
Okay, great. I have 2 specific questions about the line items in the budget. Is the firearms instructor not an annual thing? Is it every
It's
couple?
paid monthly.
Monthly?
Yes.
So I'm noticing that it's zeroed out, and I'm just wondering why that is. If I'm reading this correctly. It's
So
firearm instructor,
Yeah,
and
so
there's
we-
nothing budgeted.
As the chief mentioned, we did successfully negotiate 2 contracts this year, and in that contract, we changed some of the compensation items that used to be paid out as stipends, were now part of the base compensation. And so that's why some of the, so there's a couple line items that are totally wiped out.
Okay, so it's still
Consolidated.
happening, it's just not coming from
Yeah,
there. Okay.
it's now part of the stipend line item, which is up above.
All right, so the second question is about the 80% increase in the police supplies. And I looked to see what police supplies were, and they were breath test, cell block, prisoner meals, crime scene processing. So I'm hoping we're not expecting an increase in the need for that. Is there just sort of a budgeting change that's being made that accounts for that 80% increase?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you.
We shifted some items around to make them, make more sense, put the line items in the right place. Like books and periodicals, we don't really buy too much of those anymore. So we combine that with a few others.
Okay, got it, thank you.
Anything else from the select board? Fran?
I just wanted to say Alyssa took my question about the the clinicians. I'm glad to hear that there will be another one going
Yes.
on. Thanks.
Okay, finance.
I have two questions. The first one is, in that same area that Alyssa was looking at, the purchase of services, the 2025 actuals, like 202, and the proposed budget's 88,000. Is there a risk in the budget? I'm not sure if those were like one-time purchases in 25, especially materials and equipment. You have there's a 94,900 in actual, and the budget is zero. It could be geography, like it could be moved to a different line item. I'm just concerned that's a
Yeah, that's related to a one-time purchase of new firearms for the department that we did at the end of the year when we realized that we had some capacity to do so.
All right, that makes sense. And then the second question is, I was wondering if you could speak more about the cloud-based software that you're talking about, maybe improving efficiency, and if you just
Yes.
sounded like a nice opportunity.
Yes, I'm going to defer that question to the deputy chief.
Good afternoon, everyone. As the chief said, my name is Doug Sterniolo, for those that don't know me. I've been with the department, joined the academy in 2000, so just over 25 years. I've been serving as the deputy chief for a little over 2.5 years now. To speak about the cloud-based software, currently our department we use a paper system for a lot of our filing, especially for our field training program. So a field training program is for the new officers that come on, the recruits. They partake in a 12-week training program, which requires daily, they call them DORs, daily observation reports. And for every shift, they're evaluated by the FTO, which is the field training officer. So that is a paper system. So essentially it's a 3-4 inch binder. So you can imagine what it looks like by the end of 12 weeks. We've been doing that for, since I got on, it's been paper. That's just one of the reasons why we're looking to go to a cloud-based system where we can access all the records electronically. The trainers can share the information with the other field training officers we have. At any time, we could have between 4 and 8 field training officers. So you can imagine with the different shifts, people working day, evening, and midnight, to share that information, you literally have to get your hands on the binder and go through it to see, how the recruit's progressing. Another important piece to when we use the sharing of the information is we want to be able to recognize the great work that they do. So if officers are, doing outstanding work, we want to recognize them for that. And it's kind of hard to go back through the book to identify that, whereas you'll end up focusing on the areas of concern and to improve on. So I think it would help us just to better recognize the officer and identify issues all around to go electronically. The other reason is for the supervisors would have access to this as well. I think it kind of goes without saying, but just to generalize, put everything together in a centralized location would be much more efficient for the department. And so that's just for field training. We would also utilize this program for our communications training officers, so it'd be the same thing. They're on a paper system as well. We have the only thing that we're using right now for our policy, we're an accredited agency, as you're all aware. A lot of documentation involved with accreditation. That is a cloud-based system that's built off of us manually typing up our policy, and we basically just load it into the website, the software, and we can issue it to all department members. So that was a great step forward when we got that program. It allows us to issue the policy, we can provide some training on it and get feedback from the officer acknowledging that they understood the training, received it. Otherwise, you're losing track, you're trying to track down everybody, make sure we've all acknowledged the policies. So we have PMA currently for that right now. But what happened is when we became accredited through the Mass Police Accreditation Commission, they are now requiring us to use a vendor called Power DMS. That is basically, that's the vendor that basically it standardized the accreditation process for Massachusetts. So we are now taking all the documentation that we put in through PMAM, uploading it into Power DMS, which is now meeting the standards for accreditation. So when they come out and do our assessment, which we're actually, believe it or not, we're already going to be up for reaccreditation a year from February. It'll be February of 27 already. So that will help us tremendously to go to that system. That's what we've been looking at anyway. We have no signed contract, but we're very interested in utilizing their software, because not only do the field training program, they do the policy and they do accreditation. So they'll all be connected together. So to add to this, we also are looking to digitize our internal affairs and professional standards process. We're on a paper system with that as well. Everything gets typed up, printed out, and it goes in a folder. So as you know, with the police reform and post-commission, we're required to submit, specific incidents of complaints and internal affairs investigations. So we're doing all that paper up into their cloud, but we have no other way of managing it in-house other than me essentially going through the files and pulling them out. So I think it'd just be a useful tool for us to be able to share that with other supervisors, having all the same information and ease of access to it, and just to get away from the paper. So it's not just the field training and accreditation, it's also for our internal affairs function. And also with field training, I think we've had a couple of field training officers that demoed a few different products. They're very excited about going with this new software. And I've done field training myself. I know it's a very rewarding position to hold, and it's a very valuable thing to have within the department. It's a very important piece of our whole process here with training the recruits. And we want to make sure we retain them as field training officers. It's a daunting task when you're dealing with all the paperwork and, training, as we know, we're hiring and going to be continuing to hire. So we want to make sure we keep these people having the new tools and be able to streamline the process. So it'll keep them engaged. So I certainly think it'll be a benefit on that front as well. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have regarding it.
I just have, this is a great summary, Doug. Just one follow-up question. Is the vendor that you're looking at, and is this something that when the police department converts over to it, that they have to load history, or can they just do a cut over? It's like, okay, as of today, everything here forward is digital, or is there some type of requirement to load some of that paper in that's been, piling up everywhere?
They will assist with a full integration. I've already spoken to them about that. So even our old files that we have with our other program, they'll merge everything together. I actually forgot to mention, this is also the only vendor that will allow us to integrate with our CAD system, the computer-aided dispatch, which is IMC, Central Square, and Acton. So we'll be able to essentially have records from when we're field training. The officer will go to a call. The call number will be associated with the call, the body camera, everything will be pulled up there. So here it is, hey, great job, this is the call you did it on. We'll be able to share it amongst the supervisors. And then also, hey, look, this is an area we need to work on, but everything's going to be centralized in one location. Whereas right now, we do have a lot of programs that we're using separately from that. Just so you kind of have an idea, we're using the Power DMS, like I mentioned, for our accreditation. We have the PMAM, which just issues our policy. We have an electronic scheduling system. It's called DTS. MPTC it's called the CADIS. That's where we do all our online training. And the post-commission, I already mentioned that. Acton in Central Square. So we have a lot of programs. So if we can consolidate a few of these together, I think it'll be a huge help for us.
One last follow-up question, Doug, and then I'll pass off to everybody else. let's make the assumption that at some point in the future this happens. What paper is left that the police are pushing around that will remain after, assuming that this at some point comes true?
That's a great question. Off the top of my head, I know for like overtime and details, I know a lot of vendors are still using paper, whereas our system is electronic, but we still have a lot of like paper for invoicing and billing. I'm not sure if around the station, there's probably not a whole lot left after that.
So this kills most of it,
A good,
if
yes.
not all, but
Yeah.
most.
We have some things that we're still working on, a few other processes that we can improve on and upgrade. And actually, I couldn't get into all the details, but there's a lot more that's available with the systems that we're looking at.
All right, thank you. I guess, since you haven't asked a question, I'll start with Roland first.
Thank you, Chief and Deputy Chief. Radio repairs last year were $33,650 and budgeted at $10. What was the driver of that?
The repair and purchase of portable radios, most of the portable radios that we're using today, I would say a large majority are 20-plus years old. They break from time to time. The face plates will break. The mounting for where the battery attaches to the back, they need to be reprogrammed from time to time. When we have a new officer that we hire or someone leaves, we have to get the radio reprogrammed to the next person. So antennas, batteries, there's a lot. Hopefully with what we're doing with the internal system and the upgrades to our infrastructure, and the purchase of additional radios over time, we will, that number will go down, but many of our portable radios are very old.
Thank you. And I applaud you for getting rid of paper because we're dealing with it from my dad and it's not fun. Contractual I see one line says contractual services and the next one says contractual service. So I don't know what the difference is there. And the contractual service is, budgeted right now at $113,000. What is the difference between those two line items and what's the driver of that? Is that the software, converting over the software?
The question again, which two lines?
Contractual services and contractual service, so line.
The medical is one medical.
940 and 700.
We can, one is related to the body worn camera program.
Okay.
Yeah, the larger one.
And the other one is separate. Oh, contractual services for psychological testing. So for when they hire police officers, they have to do pre-employment, not just physicals, but pre-employment psychologicals, and that's funded through that 5,000 line item.
Thank you.
Can I go to that side first? Alex?
Chief, I'm excited for your retirement.
Thank you.
I hope you are too. Oftentimes, there are financial implications when the head of an organization transitions. Is there a succession plan for, you?
Well, I'll let the town manager answer that question.
Thank you. Yeah, the chief, we were going to announce the chief's retirement next month, so you're getting a preview of that announcement. And I congratulate him as well. We are going to announce the transition plan next month, but we have one and we'll recruit to hire a new chief this spring.
Nothing from over there. All right, let's start with Allison, because she hasn't gone yet.
I'm curious, what kinds of community changes do you think have the biggest impact on the police department's bandwidth and your staffing needs? So for instance, if we were going to commercially develop more land, have more businesses, does that have a big impact on your staffing needs or certain types of building projects, things like that?
Yeah, I think the number of people that come to a town, whether it's for the day or to live there, certainly increase the needs of the police department. There is some studies that are done in order to figure out what numbers you need in order for adequately protect the community. So the building of more residential apartments and even bringing businesses in. If there's more people in town, you will need more police officers.
Yeah, we'll just go down the round. Jason, then go ahead.
This is a question for the Deputy Chief. With regard to the cloud software, you said that this was the only vendor that integrated well with all of our components. Are we concerned with vendor lock-in? Is this a monthly recurring subscription, or is there a long-term contract in place? Because I would hate for this to be a situation, I work in software as well, I would hate for this to be a situation where they don't charge anything to get into the software, and then you're trapped, and you have a hard time getting back out because they've gone and done all this work to help you get your paperwork and all the rest of this integrated. Are they charging us for the initial implementation, for example?
There is a service fee, yes, for the setup.
For the setup, okay, so that, and is there a way out? Actually, I'll let you answer first. Is this a monthly subscription or is this a long-term contract?
So right now, for the quotes that I've been receiving, it's for a 3-year contract.
Okay. And at the end of the 3 years, do you anticipate do you have experience with this vendor in the past? Do they have a tendency of having large adjustment rate hikes?
I can't speak to what the rates would be. I've seen it all across the board, the rate, because we've been looking at different vendors for years now. And we were just kind of going over our numbers from what we've been paying for the ones that we do have. They've gone up a substantial amount just in the past couple of years. I think it was over 1,000 just for our accreditation membership, which is integrated with the Power DMS that we have now. Our detail tracking system, it was, I think, 5,000 or so when we joined on. Now it's 9,000. And that's only been, less than, was it 5 years? Maybe? So everything's been going up quite substantially. I do know that Power DMS is one of the larger names in the industry. Okay. So I'm very comfortable with that right now, and knowing that we want to maintain our accreditation, I think this would be the right move for us at this time.
Understood. Just be careful of lock-in.
Right.
For the chief, in the budget book, you have a FTE rate of 47. I just want to make sure I heard properly what you said this evening. There are 3 open police officer positions and 1 clinical, where's my phrase here? Clinical staff responder are currently open.
So 4, I guess, is the correct answer for a full-time.
Out of the 47 in your department, you have 4 open positions at this time.
Yes.
I love the hesitation. Okay. And obviously, any overtime estimate is not going to be impacted by the clinical staff responder, but the overtime estimates could theoretically be somewhat ameliorated if the full number of police officers were on staff, correct?
If the full number what?
Of police officers were fully hired rather than having 3 open positions, correct?
It would have an impact on the overtime for sure.
Okay.
A positive impact.
Once again, Mr. Town Manager, I would ask that you not carry both in your budget, pick one or the other. That's one of the questions that was sent in to you earlier. Obviously, you only received them today. I was only able to come up with the questions over the last weekend, but that's just a comment for you. For the chief again, have we lost any police officers to any surrounding towns because of a large pay disparity?
I don't believe we have. We've lost several officers, and I think it's mostly going back to where they live or where they grew up.
The corollary question that is, are we at all concerned about losing any officers to a federal agency that has a $50,000 signing bonus at this time?
None that I'm aware of.
I'm very glad to hear that. Were there any overtime costs incurred last year as a result of any other federal agency having activities in our town?
If there were, it was extremely minimal. I don't believe there was.
Excellent. And lastly, were we informed of all federal agency activity in advance of those actions? And were we in a position to validate that warrants were appropriate before those activities took place on our streets of our town?
All the ones that the Acton police were aware of. Obviously, if there was something that took place that we didn't participate in or know about, whenever there was an action, we had some conversation or a
You've been
phone
given
call
some
from.
amount of advance notice.
Yeah, it wasn't specific to who was being addressed, or even the location was not specific as to where they were going. It was typically a courtesy call saying that they'd be operating, looking for someone, say, on Great Road.
And do we have a responsibility to verify warrants before people are removed from our streets?
We certainly verify the ones that we act on, but if there's a federal agency acting on a warrant that they have, we're not necessarily verifying their warrant, nor are they verifying ours.
Thank you for that information.
Steve, can I just ask one tag question to Jason's before you go to? Has the police department, in your recent memory, been at full employment in the last?
Maybe one day.
Do you remember a time when you?
One day, I think we were, but it's been a while. It's been, it's just been constant for the last 10, 15 years. It's just very difficult. We did have an increase, I think it was 15 and 16, where the board approved and the town approved additional 4 police officers, I think in 2015 and 16. We almost got to getting all of those people on board at certain times, and I don't think it's ever worked out where we've been absolutely full. But we've gotten close a few times, and we hope to again.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Steve.
A related question. Is 32 patrol officers the right number? I know you can't get there, but assuming you could.
I would say that's a very close number. I think it's, we get by, but as we see, the number of calls is pretty much the same, but I would say the seriousness of calls is become more serious, and our deployments are often 2 officer calls as opposed to 1 officer calls. So it does limit the resources to a certain extent when you have 4 people working and 2 calls that require 2 officers. So things are certainly busier on the evening shift, which I worked for many years, and I have a radio at my house and I listen often, and they do not slow down very often. It's a busy town. You can see the traffic trying to get here tonight. I mean, we're dealing with crashes and many incidents involving domestic violence as well as mental health calls. So 32 is a good number to shoot for, but I can see that we would need an increase at some point in the coming years if the population continues to rise and the number of people in town rises throughout the day.
Thank you.
I have a related question. Are the retention and recruiting and retention issues unique to Acton, or is this like statewide, regional?
I'm happy to say it's statewide. Yeah, many of the chiefs I know are dealing very much with the same things. It's a different time, and we're doing our best, but it's certainly something that's statewide.
Chief, you mentioned KPIs in your opening statement. So can you share a few? No, I think you said that they were in here, but there are people who will watch this on ActonTV, and they should know what your KPIs are.
Our response to calls, as you can see from page 80, or actually the section 12 has increased the number of calls that we responded to, and by call type has been pretty steady, close to the same numbers as last year. And our motor vehicle stops and numbers of citations have been relatively the same, a little down from last year, but still, again, I think part of that has to do with the fact that officers are busy, tied up on calls, and can't spend as much time working on traffic enforcement.
And a related question, one that we did not discuss yesterday, guess I should disclose that we did discuss that I would ask you about KPIs, and you knew that. But the one we did not discuss is what indicators would best reflect public trust? And because increasingly that's in the era, as Jason alluded to, with ICE undermining trust in federal officers, how do we measure the trust in our local police?
I guess it's individual, you know. We certainly train all of our officers in the best way we can. We offer a lot of training, and that number has increased significantly over the past few years. We're aware that we're under a lot of scrutiny, and I think that from the reviews that that have been completed on our employees, that it shows that they're doing the right thing and, you know, trying their best in an increasingly more difficult profession.
If I can piggyback right on that, one of the best things that I've seen, one of the best things I want to give you kudos for is the Blue Envelope program, and the fact that every one of the police officers has been trained on it. Keep that up. That's the type of thing that goes a long way in a community like this. So thank you for the Blue Envelope project.
Thank you.
I think Finance Committee is done, unless there's select board questions.
I have one follow-up to the fantastic summary about the cloud-based software. So it sounds like it's a departmental use, primarily training and reports and internal affairs. But because of Roland's question, I don't know, somebody's question about like what paper is left, and you said not much. I just want to confirm that the information on the public, when you have to write up a report for, you know, responding to a domestic violence call or anything like that, is not going to be in the cloud, accessible to any other entities. Just want to make that verbally confirmed.
You're asking about domestic violence reports?
Well, I'm asking about any report that you might have. You know, I've read police reports that are redacted on, you know, incidents with families, domestic violence. So just want to make sure that that's still staying, not on paper. It could be electronic, but it's not living up in the cloud. This software is not going to send that information out there to be accessible by somebody outside of the Acton Police Department.
Only by records request, through a public records request, which would fall under the state exemption of something with domestic violence or mental health.
Okay, thank you. And I guess I just want to echo what Jason said about some of the programs that we have for the public, like the Blue Envelope program. And I'm thinking, Chief, you mentioned that the seriousness of the calls, even if the number of calls is not increasing, that's increasing. I love the community policing engagement programs that you do, the National Night Out, the Cone with a Cop, the Citizens Academy, which I participated in a few years ago. And I'm just wondering if other educational programs, I know you do at the senior center, programs for seniors to be on the lookout for different scams, cybersecurity, fraud, that sort of thing, but something that's related to more mental health rather than being scammed. So,
Mental health for seniors?
Well, for anybody.
Okay.
So that might be something that the department can focus on and it's definitely going to be directed with this community health needs audit that the town is undertaking. But you and I have talked about self-defense for women in the past. I know you do those programs.
Yes.
But I know there's also Domestic Violence Services Network that handles a lot of things related to domestic violence, but, educational workshops for folks about safe relationships. They do it in the schools, but there could be adults that can benefit from that as well.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. Got all our questions answered.
Nice work. Well done. Thank you all. You want to keep going or take a brief pause? Up to you, chairs. Keep going.
It's up to the select board. I'm fine with this, keep going.
Okay. Dean?
Let's take 5.
5. Reconvene at 7? Okay. Okay, folks, we're going to reconvene here and get started, or get restarted. Okay, well, thank you for that break, and we are going to get back into the budget presentations. We're more than halfway through the scheduled presentations for tonight, and our next presenter will be the town clerk, Leo Mercado.
Good evening. Thank you for having us here tonight. My name's Leo Mercado. I'm the town clerk. I've been the town clerk for a little over a year now. It's been a great experience for me. I'm here with my deputy town clerk, Alicia Barak. She's been the deputy town clerk for a little over a year as well. So we continue to learn and grow and develop the office into a top-level town clerk's office here in the Commonwealth. We recently hired Cheryl Longton. She's our new administrative assistant on a part-time basis. And in our office, we've made great strides through the use of new technology. So we have dedicated time to research available software and databases that would streamline our ability to serve the town of Acton. Through communication with other clerks in the Commonwealth, we've been able to discover what has worked for others and what has not worked. Even though it may not have worked for a different community, we still stopped, considered the different software packages and databases that were available, and thought about it, would it work for Acton? Because of what didn't work for one community doesn't mean it wouldn't work for ours. So we came up with a few solutions. The first one we came up with was the use of OpenGov for business certificate applications. So up until this time, we were taking in paper applications, which would take typically about 2 weeks to process, because they'd sit on somebody's desk for a few days, and then they'd sit on the next person's desk for a few days. So you'd get frustrated business owners and things like that. It held up their businesses and their ability to open checking accounts, things like that. So, we looked into that, and, with coordination with our planning department, which Alicia was a part of at that time, she was one of the key architects for developing that software program. So we use that through our OpenGov program. It's very beneficial to everybody. Now, typically, we turn around a business certificate in less than a week. So it's very helpful because it goes right to all 4 different departments' email addresses. They view it, and if they can approve it immediately, they do. It's just a click of the button instead of reading through paperwork and things like that. So it's a much better process. And then the other database that we rolled out earlier this year was our marriage intentions online. So this one was, something that really, it just bothered me that people had to come in, make time out of their day, and come into our office during business hours. Both parties had to come in, fill out the application paperwork at the office. Sometimes they'd be a little stressed out there. They're making calls to their families. So, how do you spell mom's last name? How do you spell? It's like, just all this other things. Now online, they can apply for this anywhere in the world as long as they've got Wi-Fi. They can apply for it. They can pay for it. And if they got to pause in the middle of it to make that call to mom, this and that, do whatever needs to be done, they can do that right in the middle of it and get back to it later. So it makes it a lot easier for everybody. So they're not stressed out at my counter standing there for 45 minutes waiting for the other party to show up. So it just makes things easier for everybody. So we review the application online. Any questions we have, send them a quick email. Is this accurate? We say, if the name happens to be spelled a little differently, we just reach out to them, say, is that accurate? You might want to double check that. So it just makes a much more comfortable experience for all parties involved. And then we came up with 2 databases after talking with a vendor at one of our conferences that we attend. We came up with 2 databases, one for committee paperwork, which, because the spreadsheet that we had been using for the past few years, longer than I've been here, it was just turned into an Excel spreadsheet just with a ridiculous number of lines, columns, and this and that. And it just quickly became a mess. So every year, we found ourselves fixing it, and, this is no longer aligned. So you basically have to rebuild the spreadsheet every year. So very time-consuming. This new database, we put in everyone's information in once. They're assigned an ID number. So now, if I create a new committee, I just plug in the ID numbers now, and all the information just automatically populates. Much easier. I can generate reports for any missing information. I can send it off to the various committees, like these two committees here. I can send you, oh, I happen to be missing some information. Can you take a quick peek at it? Is this information accurate? Is that email address accurate? Just double check the information for me. So it's a lot easier way to communicate, and it just saves a lot of time for everybody involved. So we don't have one person reviewing everything. It just becomes extremely time-consuming when you do it that way. So I'm trying to get away from those spreadsheets as well. These databases seem to be a lot user-friendly. And then I have another one with our election information. So we can schedule the elections through this one database. I put all my election workers in that database, and I submit that to payroll. Quick, boom, done. It's just one, instead of, I have a sign-in sheet. I can't read this person's name. So I have to figure out who is this person that I'm paying 4 hours to. But now, with this, they're assigned an ID number. I know exactly who it is. I've got all the contact information. I got their payroll information. Send it off to our payroll department. Done. So as far as scheduling, I can schedule the whole year in one day. I have all my elections scheduled out. So just a lot more user-friendly, easier for everybody. Anyone needs a report, generate a report. Here you go. And then, so those are the two databases that we came up with. So, we continue to look for innovation, through these different software packages that are out there. And I consider myself a frugal person. So I spend the town's money like I would my own. So I'm not gonna just, go with the first price I see out there. I do my research, I get references, I check on these different companies that are available to us. So I'm not looking for the most expensive person. So we get the best deals we can, and we get the most bang for our buck. And then, let's see. So, and then we've recently, we reviewed the town clerk fees. As of January 1st, we raised the majority of them. The only ones we didn't raise were the dog license fees. So the vital records were increased, the DBA applications increased. So they hadn't been reviewed since 2020. So typically you like to review those every 3 years. It went 5. So, I felt like it was a justified response. I looked at the surrounding communities. So, it was fair and in a timely fashion to raise those fees. So with that, I'm open to take any questions.
Any questions from the select board? Alyssa?
Thank you, Leo. So I didn't have any questions written down, but I did definitely take note of your champion full-time assistant position. But listening to you talk about the shift from paper to electronic and spreadsheets to databases and all of these things that are going to save you time, are there additional efficiencies that you can find that will, in your mind, maintain services or even improve them with the current level of staffing? Or is there something that you're
There's always more we can do. Like right now, we have a vault full of books and things like that I would love to have scanned, which would just make it much more easy to search for certain items. Genealogical work, that's a nightmare. So if somebody's looking for something from 1850, it takes quite a while to look up that information, get it accurate, to find out, because sometimes they're looking for my great-grandmother on my father's side and this, and so they want that information, and they're paying a minimal fee for that. So it could take my office a day or two to get that information. And for genealogical research, it's a $40 fee, flat fee. We can't charge any more. So to dedicate one employee to that for a couple days, we're losing. So, I'd love to see more time dedicated to that so I can get the information scanned, get some of these old books bound, so they're put together safely, because I'm seeing some of the books not in the best condition anymore, just due to time. Time takes a toll on these books. So, I'm very careful with them, because we can't get those back. We can't get the signatures, we'll never see those signatures again. So these are extremely important documents that we're responsible for. We take that responsibility very seriously. So there's no getting this information back. If it's damaged or lost, it's impossible to replace.
I think I'm seeing a CPA grant application for digitization of those historic records in your future.
I think since this is the second presentation talking about using technology to improve efficiency, and coming from a career years ago in the banking industry when that was ripe for efficiency and technology, I'm sure town government is as similar as that. The one thing that happened in that industry is that there was a lot of quick-hitting opportunities in areas, and then what you ended up with departments that had divisions and departments that had their own little softwares, and then the town manager, the president of the bank, finally decided that they wanted to start leveraging all this electronic information, and then having them all talk to each other became a challenge. So I would suggest that to continue on your path, but I would also think outside the box a little bit, talk to the other departments and see if anybody else can leverage the system that you're using maybe slightly differently, but at least, because the more information you can get into a similar database, even though it might be different departments and different divisions, it makes it easier in the future to leverage that information for other purposes.
It's a great
What they
idea.
might be,
Yep.
I don't know.
Yep.
That's really my main thought. Is there any questions from Finance Committee? Corinne?
Hi.
Hi, Karen.
So I'm looking at just the total of the personnel services, and it's really lumpy, even year over year and budget versus actual. And like one thing I noticed is the big, I think, driver of the variance is the line other salaries and wages, which I think is election workers.
Well, we could say that. It was two staff members, well, they weren't, it's hard to describe what they were. They worked here for a while and they were never really budgeted for. So we'd always see that area go into the red. But now you'll no longer see that go into the red. You'll no longer see overtime now that we've brought on our part-timer, because this one part-timer basically replaced two individuals that were working in our
Okay,
office.
so I'm thinking like.
Close to $40,000.
We have spring
yeah.
elections, right? So are we going to be, we're not going to be paying people
Well,
for election workers or
A lot of people
volunteers?
are actually willing to volunteer now,
Okay.
which is great. I love that. I'm going to try to, bug my fellow staff members as much as possible to volunteer,
Okay.
which is great. So, and they actually enjoy it. It's a day out of the
Good
office.
to see people.
So,
It's
yeah,
fun.
Yeah,
All right.
it's good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Leo.
Yes.
The population and registered voters graph you have, population seems to be steady, if not declining. Is this the paper document that you send out to every household?
Yes, this is it. So it's my census that I send out every
Yes.
year. But a lot of people don't return, and I'm trying to figure out, I delayed it this year. Typically, you would have received it by now. It went out 2 hours ago. So it hit the post office 2 hours ago. So that's good. So hopefully, because the excuse I always heard was, it got mixed up my holiday mailings. Sorry. So it shows up like 6 months later. They bring it in. Oh, do you still need this? Yes, I still need that. So.
You can't really depend on the post office.
No, and so now, you can email it back to me. Anyone can email it back to me. Anyone that wants to sign it, email it back to me. Do it, any way you can get it back to me is great. So, and then the other thing, that'll eliminate the need for my follow-up notifications that many of you, not many of you, but many residents received in the spring, my follow-up notifications, which was costly because I had to postmark the envelopes, the exterior envelopes, and then state mandate requires that I I include a postmarked interior envelope, a return envelope as well. So that's a ridiculous amount of money that we're wasting on postage. So in order to eliminate that, people just need to return that census to me. So the quicker the better, and then we can get that done, not think about it. We'll get those street listings up to date. Our voter reg list will be perfect, and it'll be great for everybody involved.
So all the data that you get from people scribbled, things gets digitized somehow into? Okay.
We do that. It's a manual process.
Thank you.
Following up from, it's great that you're coming right after the police.
Yeah.
Do you anticipate you're going to get the same level of responses as you've gotten in years past?
I hope not. I'm hoping that's going to be one of my key performance indicators, is how many censuses I get returned. I'm going to try to put it on as much social media as I can. Please return your census as quickly as possible.
What's to counteract fear?
Well, it's just
I
my voter registration list.
I can't imagine everyone's a citizen, right?
Yeah, but I want my voter registration list to be as accurate as possible, so if it's questioned, with any year it's going to be questioned, it's going to be this year. So I want to have it as accurate as possible. I want to be able to provide any documented paperwork that I need to anyone that's going to question it. I want to be able to have that right on hand. So any questions can be answered quickly.
And separate question, are we still waiting on the home rule petition to allow 16 to 18-year-olds to vote?
We are.
Is there a statute of limitations on that where it dies on the vine if it doesn't get approved by the state, or it just sits out there forever?
It's actually been out there for quite a while because a few other communities have approved it before us. So.
And it's not like if the Attorney General doesn't get to it in the next 5 years, it's moot. It just stays out there forever.
Yeah.
Well, so each home rule petition, when our legislators submit it for us, it's good for their legislative session, which is 2 years. So that happened to us a few times where we did all the work here, we got it to the state, our delegation put it forward, but because the legislature didn't act on it in the 2-year period, they said you have to go back to town meeting and do it again. So if it doesn't happen in two years from whenever we submitted it, the same thing would likely happen.
Thank you.
Very good. Yeah.
Leo, am I mistaken? Did you just use the term key performance?
I did use that term, Greg.
Was that preemptive?
That was preemptive. But I have a few others. So I want to see my vital records increased. I want to see more people coming to Acton to purchase birth certificates, marriage certificates, unfortunately death certificates as well. So anything that they can come to us for, I want to see those increased as well. I definitely want to see more dog licenses. We're in the middle of those right now. I have a goal of 2,500. So I think if I push hard enough, we can get 2,500 dogs registered. And that would be great.
Leo, you are now the leading comeback king, because last year you would not give us KPIs, and now you've got them. I don't know. I think the library should be worried.
All right.
Do you have a feeling at how many dogs would be unregistered?
Yeah.
Or like a percentage, you think?
See, this is a discussion that we've had a lot here in Town Hall. See, I feel like, so there's 9,000 households, so I'm like, everybody loves dogs. So I feel like there's got to be about 4,000 dogs in this town. But others feel differently, that I'm a little high.
Well, you put a pay station at the new dog park. If the dog's not registered in the town, or a registered dog in a town.
I feel like that's going to police itself over there.
This might be a good revenue source.
Yeah.
I have a question. I know that's not why we're here, but how many weddings do you think that the town clerk's office conducts every year? This is a question for the boards.
That we can.
There's weddings in this building
Yeah.
on a regular basis. What would you guess would be the amount we do in a year?
32.
No, we do more than that. I'd say with the introduction of our new database, people are seeing the ease of just having their marriages performed by the JPs here for the town of Acton, Alicia and myself. So they think it's great. They just come right in. And honestly, it is a great way to do the process, because then they don't have to worry about the legal parts. They just get that taken care of, and whoever wants to go up during their parties, They can have anybody say whatever they want.
Why didn't you mention that in your KPIs?
How many have we done so far? Yeah, I'd say about maybe 6 on a good month, yeah, so 6 a month, yeah. Yeah, so we're trying to find a great spot for it. Right now, like when it's good weather outside, we use the Arboretum. They love that, they love the park, so.
Is it broadcast on ActonTV?
It's not broadcast, not yet. So I need a robe for that, though.
So, on that, and then you also have a bunch of other ones that would be done in churches and that.
Oh, yeah.
So how many total?
How many total weddings?
Marriage certificates in a year?
Oh, about 100, yeah.
About 100?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. 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 Anything else? That's it.
Any other questions, Finance Committee? Select Board?
I just wanted to quickly acknowledge your record requests are down.
Oh, yeah.
Which is good.
Yeah, that's a challenge. Yeah, the records request can be very challenging, so, sometimes it's like herding cats. We gotta chase down that information for people, but, it's fine, yeah.
All right, nice job, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Town Clerk's
Thank you.
Office. Okay, well, our next presentation will be from the technology team, led by Carl Volker.
Hello, everyone. To everyone who I haven't met before, my name is Carl Volker. I'm the Director of Innovation and Technology for the town of Acton. At the end of this week, I'll be here for 10 months, so not too far into it. I oversee the information technology and GIS teams. There are 2 IT support technicians, Justin Flynn, Brian Cody, and they both just recently celebrated 10 years with the town of Acton, which is nice. Sitting next to me is the Director of Data Analytics and Applications, Kristen Alexander. She's been here for 25 years. And we also have a application specialist, GIS analyst, Andy Atala, and he is a recent hire for us. I think he's been here 2-3 months now. Our department supports a wide variety of services, from the wired network to wireless network, email services, telecommunications, radio communications for the public safety, networking between all public buildings, and including like sewer facilities and whatnot, and our FM radio station, our low-power FM radio station. I want to highlight a couple of accomplishments that we had over the past year. I came in towards the tail end of this. We're upgrading core components to the town's voice over IP system, so a lot of Cisco gear for that. The team had already started that, and we were wrapping it up as I came on board. We implemented a new electronic voting system. I think that we all saw this at town meeting, and it may have looked similar to before, but it was a new system that allows for instant counting of the voting from between the various rooms, rather than having to do the counting on isolated systems and report it back to one desk and tally it up there. I think it went well. It's a new technology. We put it online. We got it in-house probably about a week and a half before town meeting. There was a lot of research done on it. It wasn't haphazard. I talked to John about it. But we felt we were confident putting it in there. It'd be a nice, and sometimes you just need to pull the Band-Aid off and get it going. So I think, and we had a vendor on site with it. So I think we were careful for it. It's an important meeting, and we wanted to make sure that everything was good with it. We have largely completed the town's email system upgrade. I know that shows in the budget book, there was just a miscommunication that it would be a goal for next year. It has been essentially completed. All users are over and migrated to it, and I'm just doing some back-end work to get some of the older systems offline. But, and that was, a large project, and it was, I started it when I got here, and it's taken a lot of time. Got a lot of support from it, from staff, and everything good. Change is tough. This was a big one, but it was good to get that system offline. We also completed the Phase 1 of the Radio Communication Enhancement Project, and the bulk of this was upgrading the systems at the PSF Dispatch Center. So they went from the old Zetron consoles, I don't know if anybody had seen those before, the push buttons, and now it's all touchscreen. We updated all the radios and the back-end infrastructure, and this will help us when we look to Phase 2 to do simulcast between the different sites and improve radio communication. So it was a pretty substantial job. It was somewhat configured prior to my starting, but there have been no gear put in. So we did a bulk of it. We got that fired up right before July 4th. It disruptive for the dispatch because there was a lot of change, but they did very well with it, and I thought we did it pretty, I wouldn't say seamless, but I think it went pretty well. And then lastly, I'll mention that the town's GIS maps, there were 3 of them that were recognized by the state and used an example in their open space and recreation plan workbook. So I think I credit Kristen and her hard work there to get those, brought up in front of the state. Upcoming projects will begin Phase 2 of the Radio Communication Enhancement Project. We'll start by reviewing the existing sites, evaluation of potential new sites, and additional infrastructure upgrades. So this will be, looking at what we have. We've brought a RF and engineering consultant on board to assist with this, so we'll build coverage maps. We know we have a very weak area up in North Acton, and there is a telecommunications tower that's going up, and, we should be able to have space on that, or we will be able to have space on that. And I think that'll be key, and also go in simulcast. So that has just started now. I think it'll take a month or 2 at least to get through that analysis, get our coverage maps, and then we'll build out an equipment list, and then it'll go out to vendors to bid on the project, because there'll be different parts of it. There'll be equipment at the base that needs to be installed, and if it's upgrading some of the systems that we have some old base stations at the sites like Great Hill and Wingcliff, and then also be tower work, because we'll put new antennas up there. So we may break it out. Town meeting did allocate money for the project, and it's good, and I think we want to be careful with it. I think, try to really get the bang for the buck, because I think we're missing, there's poor coverage in here. And hopefully at the same time, we can save some money to also upgrade some of the radios. As Chief Cogan mentioned, some of those are 20, 25 years old. And some of the radios that we're looking at 10 grand a pop. But, they're critical systems. So I think, hopefully we have some money for that left in that budget. We're working on replacing some core storage systems that are end of life, and this is for, a variety of purposes. Some data storage, our virtual architecture uses this for storage. The stuff we're using now is quite old, and we were able to find funding at the end of last fiscal year to buy that. I'm in the process of putting that in place, and hopefully within the next few months we'll be able to get that locked in. System-wide GIS upgrade to ARC Pro, that was paused from FY26, and that's something Kristen's team will work on. There was a lot of transition in this department. It went from operations that encompass facilities and IT, and it was just changes. Kristen took on a lot of it, so I think some of the GIS stuff is backlog, and we'll catch up on that. And so that'll be one of the projects and why it was mentioned again. And then the next phase to integrate scanned historical information into MapGeo. So that's another thing that Kristen's team will work on. And just some highlights. Kristen continues to lead the hotline team. It's very active. I'm on that. I see all the messages. I try to cover for Kristen when she's out to try to respond or send it out to departments. The GIS team produced 68 maps this year. IT, we handle a lot of volume of help desk. There's a facilities help desk, there's an IT help desk. I see every help desk ticket that comes in, try to jump on when I can. It's a high volume, and sometimes they're busier than others. And I just think, coming into this, the IT system is very complex here. You know, it's interesting. I love the spread of it, and I think, you know, credit to Kristen for jumping on and taking on a huge load to you know, support the IT team. I credit the IT team for the work that they've done. Because it's, you know, it can be daunting, you know, if you don't know these systems, you get in there, I get in here, and there's been a large learning curve. It's been exciting. And I enjoy it, and, you know, I think the support of Kristen to get me up to speed on the variety of systems from, you know, Munis, and the procurement system changes from where I've come from, so that was extremely helpful. And same with the IT guys. They work really hard. They enjoy what they do. They give great customer service. My office is right outside theirs, and I hear them talking on the phone. They jump on stuff, and they won't hesitate to get in one of the vehicles and shoot over the building. So I think good stuff there. And overall with the budget, we're pretty relatively even. There's some changes and slight changes, but I think, you know, I'm taking this first year to look at a lot of the contracts that we have. I like negotiating stuff. I like looking for good prices. I don't want to just stick with one vendor because that's what we've done. And I'll continue that, you know. I think Leo said it, you know, I'll treat it like my money. And, you know, I like to get good bargains and good support from John and everybody in the management office, and it's actually a pretty great place to work. So that is my report. Appreciate the time tonight.
Thank you. I've got a specific question about the radio network. I know you're working hard on police and fire. I'd like to see if you've got any involvement and anything you can tell us about with any work you might be doing with the radio system for public works and general government. You know, 10, 12 years ago, when I was more familiar with these things, I know that a lot of that stuff was sort of end of life then. And I know there's been some talk about more interoperability between public works and public safety when it comes to communications. The kind of things I'm always worried about, or I was back then and still am, you know, increased reliance on cell phones, which are great until you have a major natural disaster and everybody's on the cell phone and you can't get on the network anymore. And the other thing, you know, these occasional issues now with the solar storms. There was one that was expected the other night with the Northern Lights that felt some parts of the world would be, their cell service would be interrupted. So I'd just like to see where we stand as far as not so much public safety, but public works and general government radio systems.
That's a great question. You know, the focus of phase one was strictly for public safety and strictly for police and fire. Phase two, there had been some initial estimates and data put together for that, and that was strictly for the same thing. But I have heard that there's interest in Public Works having, whether it's their own channel, and getting some more equipment out there. I think it's something we need to look at. I did talk to my RF consultant when I had him out and said, hey, you know, if we want to throw this way, you know, can we do an addendum? Because, I mean, if we're climbing up towers and we're determining that the coverage range is good for police and fire, you know, can we put another antenna up there? And, you know, even if we don't have the money for the ground equipment now, can we lay the groundwork for that? I haven't talked extensively with John about it. I think it's something, I know that it hasn't been presented to me necessarily as this, you know, is part of the phase two project, but I'm certainly open to talking about it and being smart, especially if we're climbing up towers and we're gonna spend money for people to go up there. If we can put, you know, a piece of antenna cable on another table in advance, it might be something that we look at.
Sounds like a worthwhile subject to discuss during the Select Board's goal-setting session in June. Comments from other Select Board members? David.
Thank you. I don't think you mentioned the network upgrades in this building. Do you have those coming in the coming year?
Network upgrades in general?
Like switches and things.
Yeah, we have money in the budget. It's not necessarily specifically in this building. The library is our core building. That's where we have our core infrastructure switching. We have our edge firewalls that connect us to the public internet are end of life, and those need to be replaced. So that's one of the things I want to look at, relatively soon. And then just across, I mean, every building that we're in, every pump station that we're in, whether it's a building or whether it's a casing on the road because we didn't put a building in there like McManus Manor, you look out there, every one of those has a switch in it. Switches, we should get good 10 years. I mean, the switches that are basically throughout the town are Cisco switches, so we didn't buy, we bought, there's been good stuff that have been bought, and I think we're gonna have to replace some of those and just be prepared for those. The firewalls will be expensive. The core switching will be pretty expensive, and that's gonna end of life shortly. So it's just, it just catches up to you. And I think the way I'm gonna look at that is I'm gonna target the more critical ones, to make sure, and I'm still doing an inventory of some of those. So in this building, there's standard switching that connects this floor, the ground floor, the second floor all together, but those are, they're not a dime a dozen, because you're gonna buy Cisco when you're gonna, for the interoperability, but, it's not bank breaking. It's just, you've gotta chip away at those at some point.
And in a related thing, the Wi-Fi, especially in this building, is not spotty. It's weird, right? It works well for certain computers, and it doesn't work well for other computers. The computers that have a problem will have a continuous problem. Computers that don't have a problem will never have a problem. And the situation is much better than it was a couple of years ago, but it's not perfect. And so I just mentioned that. I don't know whether network upgrades include Wi-Fi upgrades.
It hasn't necessarily. I mean, I know that our core Wi-Fi system is, a certain flavor, and I can see that there have been some adjustments and some other gear purchase that's a higher end, a higher level. As far as staff, I can say from what I see, we don't get a lot of complaints about the Wi-Fi. There have been some complaints in this room, and we understand that. We made some changes. I think some of this room was limited by bandwidth, and I've increased one leg of that to our Verizon. We had some pretty low bandwidth in that room, and I think that's helped with Zoom meetings. Most of our staff, I think, in the building are generally wired at the desktops. It's kind of the way that I would always go. Wireless is great, but there's a lot of interference. But it's something, we have some infrastructure, so if there was specific stuff, and maybe we talk about it offline a bit more if you're hearing more and I'm just not hearing it, because what I find with some of the staff here is they put up with a lot of stuff, and I'd rather they just comment if we're having a lot of issues like that. I use the Wi-Fi at my desk all the time because I've got a wired desktop, so I try to stay on top of that. But if we're hearing specific things, I'd love to get in more detail with you.
Thank you.
Fran.
I think this is a question for Kristen. I'm intrigued by the next phase of integrating scanned historical information. Now, the map geo is the GIS. Are they two separate things, or?
Map geo is the public-facing
Okay.
version of the GIS.
Okay, thank you.
The online, yep.
I learned something new, thanks.
And as for that project, we've scanned and connected all the permit data from November 2015 to the present. So this phase 2 of the project would be looking at everything before November 2015. Yeah, you're welcome.
Jim.
There's a connection in my mind between the new clicker systems and our select board goal to experiment with more satellite voting at town meeting. But I'm not sure from what I've read about the systems, it seems like the network at the senior center isn't part of our it wouldn't work with the clickers or not? Can you help clarify that?
Without putting myself into too much trouble, no, it is, the senior center is connected on our fiber network. And I think if we were to look at doing a remote, like a satellite of that, and we wanted to use the clickers, we would need something to be on the fiber backbone. It's just not going to work over public internet, whether you do VPN or anything like that. It has to be over the fiber network. So the senior center has our fiber, well, it has fiber into it. Some of it's Comcast, and we're working on that. But it could be a viable option.
Melissa?
Thank you. I don't have any questions. I just want to confirm my experience with the department has been that they are hardworking and great customer service. I also wanted to just mention that the mapping is really, really appreciated by a lot of residents in town as well as staff. I hear from people frequently about how great it is. They can get so much information from those maps. I appreciate your focus, Carl, on the upgrades, the functionality and performance, as well as, security, bringing us into this century. And I will say that I concur with David. The Wi-Fi is a little bit weird, but I have a computer that sometimes it has trouble and sometimes it doesn't. So I don't know. I guess my computer is weird as well. I have noticed the connection is a little bit unstable oftentimes in the conference room at the library and also room 9 in this building. So just FYI, I don't know why you're not hearing about that from staff, but that's something that I've experienced in different meetings.
It's good to know. Thank you.
I just have one question. Since you've been here for less than a year, and I'm sure when you start, there's a laundry list of things that you kind of have to do and plow through, and then you have the list that you kind of sort of have to get to, and you're going to get to that when you can make it there. I'm interested, Finance Committee is always focused on long-term financial planning. And since you're new and there's going to be a point where you're going to be off the I have to do this list, and then you're going to finally be on the list of these are the things that I want to do. I'm curious as to, not a timeline, but just what are things that you've seen that you would like to do for the town and in your department that haven't been spoken to so far?
The things that I'd like to do, you're right. I've talked about a lot of the core stuff that has to be done, and there's just no way around it. But, some of the things I want to do is the way staff can access the systems remotely. We have right now, we use old style SMB shares, file shares. They work great, but you got a VPN in and you've got to have a domain join machine, and that's all well and good, and there's security to it. But it limits your sharing ability. We also have a small portion on Google Workspace because I think there was a desire for that. What I'd like to do there is I'd really like to take advantage of the Microsoft licenses that we bought into. We decided to do that. We're an AD shop, Active Directory, so Windows-based. And our licensing will cover some of that, at least in the short term for users. I'm going to mess up on the drive letter. It's either the P drive or the whatever. It's their personal drive, and OneDrive can support that. It's an interesting area because I've been in this business for a while, and you've got the people on the Google side, you got it on the Microsoft side. I think, there's arguments for both, but I think we have some money invested in Microsoft. I'd like to do that. I'd like to make the ease of it a little bit better. And it's always, well, I don't want it so hard, but we can't lose security. Using cloud-based storage is secure. We can two-factor it. And there's been some good stuff that's already been in place prior to me getting here. So good stuff like that. What else? Whether you look at like an internal intranet system or something like that, staff pages, a lot of stuff we do is documents are put on a file share, and they're hard to use. And I come from more of a system like an intranet, so it's like you get a new employee, it's really great to, and I'm probably gonna kill myself for trying to have a good idea here, but it's great to be able to go to one spot and just be able to look at it. And And it's something, you know, that I haven't had a chance to talk to John about or the rest, but I think that's an important thing. Like when I started, you know, I had great onboarding, don't get me wrong, but I just, you know, it's like, you know, I like to figure stuff out for myself, and if you can have a place to do that. And the last thing I'll just mention is like Munis. So we use that, and to use Munis right now, you've got a VPN into the system, and then it VPNs out appliance to their systems, and I think that's just inefficient. You know, I'm used to using an SAP system that you can just get from any desktop, and I think it's ease of use. So we do have a remote work policy. I know some people will work at home. You know, you should be able to just pop on, and VPN is a great tool, and there's probably still some stuff needed. So we are looking at that with Munis right now. Tyler is rolling it out. I think it's a benefit for them. I think they've done it, probably kept it on behind VPN for a long time, just for their own, you know, as, you know, their security, and you can reduce bots, and you can reduce people hitting it, because you're just saying, you know, the town of Acton can hit me on a VPN and all that. So I think ease of use type of things is that I'd look at. And, you know, there's a lot that I think we can do. There's a lot of core systems that I, you know, really focused on. You know, it's risk mitigation. I don't think we're in a bad shape. I think we're moving along. The email was a big thing, and that consumed a ton of my time. But we're past the hard stages of that, I think. And then, you know, get the storage online, and then it'll be a much easier, less disruptive thing for staff.
Good answer, thank you. Any questions from, I'll just go Jason. I skipped Jason last time.
You didn't skip me, it's okay. What is our virtualization platform? Is it VMware?
Yeah.
Were we hit with new licensing costs, or do we still have time left on our VVF licensing?
Great question. It's perpetual right now, so we're okay, and we're not that far out of whack. We could run on it for a little bit.
We're at 8?
But, you know, it's something we'll have to look at when we go to upgrade, because with Broadcom taking it over, the prices are astronomical, and I mean, people are jumping. And it's hard because VMware is the gold standard. You know, you get full host, I can move stuff around, and, you know, take something down. You don't want to lose that. And
So you said we're currently on perpetual licensing. What matters is the support contract. When is our support contract due?
20, I think we got it through 28. I'd have to look at that.
So you bought a 3-year contract right before they did the
Somebody
VVF?
did, yeah. I didn't buy it, yeah.
John, if you did that, congratulations, you had perfect timing. Kristen, thank you. Just so you know, I work in this industry. The industry average for VMware licensing is a 450% increase at the end of that period. So you had just been asked, what do you look forward to? I would strongly recommend you have a ticking time bomb for when you need to get off of VMware. By all means, don't go to Proxmox, but look at Morpheus and look at Nutanix. You're going to have to get off of VMware. VMware does not want to do business with customers this small anymore.
Yeah, it's a shame, because it's an incredible platform, and I was surprised to see it.
Broadcom has pissed in the punch bowl pretty badly on this one.
Yeah, it's interesting you said about Proxmox. I've
Don't
had
do
some guys that work for me that love it, but.
No, don't do that. Are you concerned about the current shortage of DRAM as a result of AI having bought up every single open wafer for the next year? And do we have the ability to ride out 6 to 12 months so that pricing can come back down, especially if we're looking at buying a new storage array? Now is not the quarter to do it in.
Yeah, the storage array we already purchased.
Good. What'd you
So that
buy?
was purchased end of the fiscal year or right after.
What'd you buy?
Dell Power Store.
Fine. And how do you plan to avoid vendor registration where the VAR gets all the points by doing a registration when you go to buy the Cisco Core and the Cisco Edge switches? That's usually on the order of 42 to 48 points. Are you going to make it clear during your RFQ that you will grant multiple, you would ask the vendor, Cisco, or whoever you choose to be your new core, to grant multiple vendor registrations so that the VARs don't get 40 points plus in the purchasing price?
I haven't got to that place.
If you'd like some help with that, please
What's that?
if you'd like some help with that, as you get closer, please let me know.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if you're ever 1 or 2 10 GSR short, just let me know. I've got about 400 sitting in my office.
Thank you.
Corinne was, I'm good at Corinne.
What's that?
Corinne, do you have the same level of detail as Jason did on the IT stuff?
I promise not. I promise I stay up at the higher level. Again, I'm looking at the total personnel services. Was there a big jump in FTEs from, because it goes from FY '25. Do you know what the number of FTEs would have been maybe in FY '24? Did this department?
No, there was not a big jump. No,
Okay.
it's just, no, in FY '25,
It says there was 6.375, but then
Yeah.
I was just wondering what just nobody knows what the rest of the year. I'm just, okay, because the total comp went up 22% from FY '24 to FY '25. And then it came in, a little under budget in FY '25, but then we keep budgeting off of budget, and so it came in, so, we have this big increase. I feel like the gap between the budget and reality, it's just going to keep growing if we don't reset the base.
so I think.
And this is like all departments, it's not just this one.
Ellie just reminded me, so in '25, there was a position that had been part of the town manager's office that we moved
That
into the
moved?
IT department.
Okay, so the
That was-
FTEs did change.
And then that person has since retired.
Okay.
And that's why there is zero FTE in FY '27.
Zero change, okay. Because it's still like, so if there was 6.375 FTEs in FY '25, that works out to $109,000 per FTE. The FY '26 budget would work out to $125,000 off, so I'm going up off of actual instead of off of the previous budget.
Okay.
That's a 15% increase in the cost per FTE. That's a big jump. And then now FTEs are staying the same in the budget from '26 to '27, but still another 7% increase. It just seems high.
Yeah, I think we have to maintain a workforce, and part of that is making sure that people are being paid competitively. There are very few IT people that want to work in government. We thank the two that are at the table with us, and we have to pay them to keep them here.
All right? That's going to be my question probably on most of the departments, just FYI. Thanks.
So, like laptops and things like that, is there a replacement schedule? And if so, is it, I know, when the last time I checked on this, they were buying laptops instead of leasing them? Like my company, they lease a laptop in 3 years, in 2 more years, or a year, mine's gonna be replaced again. So to keep ahead of, obsolescence.
Sorry. I could say that we're probably a little bit more reactive right now than we need to be with laptop purchases. We stay we keep enough because stuff happens. I'm not opposed to looking at leasing. I did leasing early on in my career. I never liked it. I never had much luck with it. Maybe it's changed in these years. I think you could get more than 3 years out of a life of a laptop. And I think it's just to be seen. When I first went from desktops and started giving staff laptops, I was nervous. Because but I think times have changed a little bit. People count on those laptops. I think they're treating them better. What's that?
Said I hope so.
Yeah, it's a tough line, but I mean, people will still break them. If something happens, I'll admit, I broke a laptop when I first started here. It was the first laptop I ever broke. I went over to the PSF, I put a piece of paper in between my laptop, closed it, it had a little staple, it cracked my screen. I went over to the closet, and we got it warranted, it was free, we got it covered, so thankfully, lesson learned, so I even learned a lesson. I don't know, I'd have to look at leasing. If you had a good suggestion in that arena, I'd love to hear it. We did it for a lot of the public radio station I worked for, and for years it was okay. I mean, we were leasing our servers at the time, massive compact ones, and we got out of it. And I think, you buy good stuff, a good laptop, you don't buy the lower end and buy decent enough processor, enough RAM, you should get plenty of time out of it, because, the stuff we're putting on is more intensive, but it's not like we're jumping tenfold, and we're not doing video editing and stuff like that. We're doing a lot of, relatively easy computer tasks, web-based stuff, so.
Carl, you're going to get the new guy discount, so I could ask you about your key performance indicators, but you can also say, I'm the new guy, ask me next year.
No, I'll try to give you a couple. I think, for me, my KPIs are, system uptime, network uptime. I think they're different, and application uptime. Some of the stuff now is, Munis is a big application. That's not, I manage it to a certain degree. I manage the VPN and stuff like that. But, the connection to me is more important, that we can get out, with a dual WAN type of thing. I think, I did write one down because I was prepared for you. Endpoint systems, I think it's important. I want to see my compliance at endpoints to make sure that, desktops and stuff that's within my purview is up to where it should be, that we're not riding Windows 10 until, we shouldn't be. And it is too late. But, we can only work from where we are. And I think, same with servers and stuff like that. I think it's just hard to keep up at times. And I think we can get on top of it. And so that'll be one of the things that I want to look at.
And the second question, I'm intrigued with the innovation in your title too. So one of the topics that the editors at the Acton Exchange are currently debating is the use of artificial intelligence. And one of the things that we've noticed is that the Acton town website gets significantly more traffic than the Acton Exchange website. You are a bigger news source than the news source in town. People come here to get their information. So since you're that important in the media mix and keeping people informed, what are your thoughts on artificial intelligence?
Well, I think it's great. I think I think we need a policy here and how to, make sure that we're properly informing staff on how they should and should not use it and what they can use it for. I think for a website like that, you could have a little chat bot on the side of it, but the thing is, it comes with a cost, and you want to weigh it, because it's not like I can build this chat bot and people can buy them, but if you want to have the APIs that are going out and getting the data to return it, is it worth the investment to do it? It's a cool idea. I think, could we have better indexing on our site that'll offset that? Maybe if the prices come down, it may or may not be worth it. Personally, I think for tech support, it's wonderful. Because I've come, days of scraping blogs and forums and stuff like that. But you got to be smart about it too, because, I think you can be fooled into thinking it's the answer. But I think if you use it wisely, you can, do good stuff with it. But, I think, we do need more of a policy. It is something John and I have talked about briefly, but, because I think you can lure people into being careless and putting data in there that they shouldn't. And then, you don't know until it affects you somehow. And it's usually you get egg on your face, and then you lose the trust of people. And whether it's the town people, you never want to lose the trust. It's like managing credit cards. Don't ever, if you're a business, TGX can do it and they can survive and come back a couple years later. But we're not TGX, and I think it's just, where they just put a credit card machine down in the clerk's office to do some payments through City Hall systems. And I did push back quite a bit on that. I had a lot of experience with it to make sure it's like a pull, we should not have like, unencrypted data, credit card data on any town-owned computer. It's a recipe for disaster. I think and there's just too many solutions out there now not to do it. And you just sometimes have to push the vendor a little bit. Got off track, but I think AI is the same thing. It's got a lot of good tools in there, but you have to be cautious with it. Unless you want to invest in it. Then you're all right.
I think we've exhausted the topic. Is that fair to say?
Thank you very much.
Thank you
Nice
very
work.
much. Nice job.
Thank
Well
you very
done.
much.
I'll be in touch, Jason.
I'll introduce you and you take it on, the town manager, and then if we have time for Dan, we can get to him.
Absolutely.
Okay, so the next group that we'll be hearing from is the town manager's office, which has a few offices within that. So we're going to get started right away with that budget, and Tom will direct us to where it is.
All right, hi again, everybody. If you wanted to turn to page 91 or refer to 91, that's where we'll begin for the town manager's office. So the town manager's office consists of John, myself, Executive Assistant Lisa Tommel, who's at the back of the room here, Director of Economic Development Patricia Costa, Director of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Wanjiku Khashoggi, Sustainability Director Andrea Becerra, Environmental Analyst Lauren West, who's at the end of the table, and Outreach Specialist and Energy Advocate Sophia Darsh. Town Manager's Office had a very busy year in 2025. Some of the highlights and accomplishments that are in your book, those include procuring proposals for redevelopment of 3 and 13 School Street that will help revitalize the area. Recently, the town also entered into a purchase and sale agreement with a local developer to redevelop those parcels. We successfully implemented new recruitment and retention programs that are aimed at stabilizing staffing levels. We were awarded a number of grants that include a $1 million grant from the FY26 Climate Leader Communities Decarbonization Accelerator Program that'll be used to help defray the cost of the Town Hall HVAC and Emergency Power Replacement Project. Another highlighted grant that we received in FY26 was the Housing Works Infrastructure Program for the Middle Fort Pond Brook Wastewater Treatment Facility Equalization Tank. These two grants highlight the $4.8 million that was received in the past year and the over $23 million that have been received townwide in grants in the last 6 years. That's a pretty impactful number. Those $23 million over the past 6 years has helped the town complete a lot of projects and initiatives and programs that would not normally be funded through the budget due to constraints and other funding needs. We implemented a successful reorganization in operations department. You just heard from one of those departments, the Innovation and Technology Department. The second department that was split from that group is the facilities. You'll hear from them later. We recruited a number of new department heads. That includes the Director of Innovation and Technologies, the Facilities Manager, Human Resources Director, the Director of Economic Development, Planning Director, and a number of other department heads throughout the year. And we also had a pretty fun accomplishment. We furthered the town's art program and initiatives by installing 2 different art murals at 2 different locations, one along the Great Road Corridor and the other one in West Acton. Turning to the budget, the town manager's office budget reflects a number of changes and impacts this year, in FY27 rather. Those include a reduction in compensation reserve of $125,000. Typically, that is higher and budgeted higher during years where we have union negotiations. If we recall, at the 2025 annual town meeting, town meeting approved a number of those collective bargaining agreements. So we've reduced compensation reserve as such. A $53,925 reduction in clerical salaries and wages, as well as an $82,875 reduction in professional salaries. That is a result of shifting the salaries for 2 positions to different departments where these 2 positions were shifted to in FY25. Those are the position for Laura Ducharme, who is the Community Services and Transportation Director, and Rosie Murphy, who I'm blanking on her position title now, but she was split between the Health and Human Services Department and the Town Manager's Department, and she's been shifted completely to the Health and Human Services Department. There's an increase of $30,000 to the real estate rent and lease line item. That is for the upcoming 5-year extension on the 30 Sudbury Road lease agreement. We're in current negotiations with the owners of that property, and the lease agreement is up for renewal at the end of 2026. And finally, an increase of $25,000 for the legal services. There's been an ongoing need for continued support from legal services. That's both town council with A&K and through our labor council as well. This $25,000 increase better reflects what's been spent as actuals in prior years and anticipated ongoing support from them. Overall, the FY27 proposed town manager's office budget is actually a decrease of $203,900 or 11% of the overall FY27 budget in comparison to 26. You also see that there are 2 other budgets located within this section of the book. The Commission on Disabilities and the Cultural Council. Those 2 budgets are proposed as level funding. I would like now to introduce the Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, Wanjiku Okashohe, who will provide some information on the great work that her department's been doing over the last year.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Chair, members of the Select Board, and members of the Finance Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to share an update on my work this year. This month, I'm celebrating my 3rd anniversary in this role, and I'm grateful to continue serving Acton in this capacity. To begin with the basics, my role as Director for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion is to lead, support, and sustain initiatives that strengthen Acton as an inclusive, equitable, and welcoming town where all community members can thrive. The work I do supports both the public and the town organization. Externally, I serve Acton, including those who live, work, as well as visit here, by expanding access to information, strengthening civic participation, and helping ensure town services are equitable, accessible, and welcoming. Internally, I support Acton employees by partnering with departments to strengthen practices, improve systems, and build the tools and relationships needed to serve the public fairly and effectively. This year, one of the most significant accomplishments of the DEI office was securing a $50,000 Community Compact Best Practice Grant, which allowed Acton to launch our first ever municipal equity audit. This audit is already producing meaningful results. We've completed more than 15 focus groups with Acton community members centered on a variety of different populations. We're building on that, and we're going to be having additional public sessions in the month of January and also in the beginning of February, as well as we're having staff-focused sessions. So this work is being facilitated with my office, the Department of Health and Human Services, as well as a consulting group 3x3. The goal is to gather actionable information that helps the town reduce barriers, strengthen service delivery, and improve trust and transparency. Alongside the audit, I expanded public engagement through the town's first DEI calendar, which supports year-round recognition of cultural observations and local events and helps strengthen belonging and visibility across Acton. We also hosted well-attended public programs, thank you for everybody that attended, including documentary screenings, co-sponsored with the AB School District, as well as a partnership with the Commission on Disabilities. I've also collaborated with the police, and now we have the annual Cone with a Cop. Over the summer, I supported 3 interns as part of our efforts to strengthen pathways into public service. One initiative I'm especially excited about, hope everybody else is that we're launching Acton's first public service academy. This is a 10-week program that I'm very proud to have designed and developed to give community members a behind-the-scenes look at town operations through staff-led sessions, facility tours, and direct engagement across departments. The goal of this is to build civic understanding, strengthen trust, and help inspire civic leadership, whether through board or committee service or town meeting or long-term public service. Because this is a one-person office, efficiency and capacity building are central to how I operate. The DEI office is effective because I work through strong partnerships across the town rather than duplicating efforts. So this year, the collaborations have included, like I mentioned before, the Department of Health and Human Services, the AB School District, a variety of different commissions, so the COD as well as the DIC, Commission on Disabilities is COD, and DIC is Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Commission. Also collaborating with the police department as well as other town departments. This partnership-based model allows one position to generate broad impact by coordinating efforts and aligning goals and moving initiatives forward in a focused and practical way. To keep this work strong and effective, I also want to name what I need from the town and from the public. So participation, feedback, and support. The success of DEI programming depends on people choosing to show up and engage, whether this is attending events, joining sessions, or participating in focus groups, or even enrolling in opportunities like the Public Service Academy, which everybody, please, tell a neighbor, tell a friend. Feedback from community members is also critical. And because it helps ensure that initiatives remain responsive and focused on what has the greatest impact. And continued support also helps us to be able to sustain this kind of work. Finally, I want to emphasize the budget value and return on investment of this work. Even without an operating budget, the DEI office brought $50,000, like I mentioned, in external funding this year through the Community Compact Grant. That funding strengthens town operations without drawing on local revenue. Beyond grant dollars, the return on investment shows in practical outcomes, like improving service delivery, reducing barriers that can create downstream costs, strengthening staff capacity, and building civic trust and participation, all of which support more effective and a responsive local government. Looking ahead to FY 2027, my priorities will be implementing high-impact recommendations from the equity audit, strengthening internal tools and practices within departments, and continuing to expand civic participation and workforce pathways through the Public Service Academy and the internship program. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Wanchiko. Now to present for the Economic Development Office is Economic Development Director Patricia Costa.
Good evening, members of Select Board, members of the Finance Committee, especially those who I haven't had the chance to meet in person yet. And good evening, my colleagues who are here today. My name is Patricia Costa, and I have been with the Office of Economic Development for the past 9 months. And I appreciate this opportunity to provide you with an overview of the office's role, recent work, and current priorities. The Office of Economic Development is responsible for attracting, retaining, and supporting businesses in Acton, and the work is guided by an agenda of initiatives that align with priorities established through recent planning efforts. Just to name a few, these include the Strategic Economic Development Action Plan, South Acton Vision, and Vacant Storefront Designation for Great Road. But above all, our priorities are shaped by the direct input from local business owners that is gathered through daily interactions, one-on-one assistance to businesses, and by the support of the Economic Development Committee that I work closely with. To achieve our goals, the office relies on technical support and financial resources from some key partners, including the following: MAPC, Metropolitan Area Planning Council, the Massachusetts Office of Economic Development, the U.S. Small Business Administration, and more recently, neighboring municipalities through regional collaboration. These partnerships are critical to delivering support to the local business community. The office, of course, has faced several challenges over the past year, including construction activity in town and its impact on local businesses, particularly at Kelly's Corner and Powder Mill Road. The limitations in septic capacity, which affect our ability to properly attract new businesses. constraints stemming from some regulations set forth in our zoning bylaws, and ongoing challenges faced by small businesses, of course, including the fluctuations, the normal fluctuations in demand, and the broader macroeconomic uncertainty. But despite these challenges, the office has made progress in several key areas, and I will mention a few. We have focused on bringing together businesses and nonprofit organizations through campaigns and events designed to increase pedestrian traffic and expand market reach through cross-marketing opportunities and cross-marketing collaboration. Some examples include participation of the Office of Economic Development and some local businesses in 2 bike share-related events with the Office of Sustainability. The Senior Night Out, which was held last year at Velvet Vine Cafe. It was held in September, and it brought together 3 small local businesses. These efforts will continue in this fiscal year cycle, including 2 events that are already in the agenda: a health and wellness event that is expected to be held at Gold's Plaza, and the Latino Festival on Great Road, which will bring together a Mexican restaurant, a dance studio, and Discovery Museum. So by doing so, we expect to combine businesses, arts, music, dance, and eateries. In June last year, June 2025, we organized a brunch with business owners here in this room with the participation of local businesses and the U.S. Small Business Administration, and also the Massachusetts Supplier Diversity Office. It was an opportunity for businesses to network. We successfully secured $50,000 grant through the Vacant Storefront Program, and this grant will provide $10,000 tax rebates to 5 businesses coming to Great Road to vacant storefronts. This initiative, we understand, is a key tool in addressing storefront vacancies along the Great Road corridor. The office has also supported new and existing businesses, including some examples: the new Aldi store, expected to open to the public in Acton on Powder Mill Road in this spring. The relocation of Abside Networks to 100 Discovery Way, and a request from Methods Machine Tools to establish a foreign trade zone at their Acton facility, and outreach to key property owners to discuss grant opportunities that can transform underutilized properties and blight into attractive businesses that can host economic activities and also serve as places to foster community connection and community bonding. In order to organize the input that the Office of Economic Development receives from local businesses and also generates some metrics for the town to work with, I'm currently conducting the work with a group of 3 volunteers from the Acton Boxborough High School on the preparation of an economic development survey that has been designed to better understand the demographics and the expectations of our local business community. This data, this input, we expect to put together and prepare a report that will serve as basis for our future work. Looking ahead to 2027, the Office of Economic Development intends to continue efforts to attract new businesses and retain existing ones through guided campaigns. I could mention a few, for example, Acton Restaurant Week, Shop Small, and also with events to stimulate pedestrian traffic, as well as through appropriate support to arts, culture, and recreation that we understand intersect considerably with economic development. We expect to support business expansion within town through guidance on tax incentives, grants, and technical assistance that has been available to businesses. We intend to strengthen Great Road as a diverse corridor that combines retail and recreation, but that can also be more welcome to other business activities. We expect to deepen collaboration with neighboring municipalities with a focus on regional economic development and with Acton's strategic location along Route 2. We also plan to advance grant applications that support our programs targeting specifically Great Road and South Acton that we have been considering priority areas. And we expect to compile the data collected from the ongoing survey with the volunteers into a report that will feature the profile of Acton business community. I look forward to continuing this work on behalf of all those who live, work, shop, and invest in Acton. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patricia. And now to present the Sustainability Office budget and highlights is Lauren West.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the Select Board and Finance Committee. I'll keep this short. I know a lot of you heard from me plenty last week. But Acton's Sustainability Office was created in response to our town's 2020 Climate Emergency Declaration with a mission to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, enhance climate resilience, and guide the community toward a clean, equitable energy future. Information on the Sustainability Office begins on page 99 of the budget book. In FY 2025, the Sustainability Office secured more than $621,000 in state and regional grant funding, including Municipal Vulnerability Preparedness, or MVP funds, for climate resilience planning, Mass Save Community First Partnership funding for an energy efficiency outreach position, and Mass EVIP grants for electric vehicles and public vehicle charging infrastructure. Additional funding supported the Minuteman Regional Bike Share Program, Sustainability Fellows through a federal energy efficiency and conservation block grant, and support for the food waste collection program through the Mass DEP Recycling Dividends Program. In addition to grant-funded initiatives, the Sustainability Office earned the MMA Innovation Award for its Clean Energy Coaching Program and joined the inaugural Climate Leaders Cohort, positioning Acton to leverage significant additional clean energy and energy efficiency funding. The office completed the planning phase of MVP 2.0 and finalized the hazard mitigation plan, unlocking future state and federal resources to implement climate resilience projects. We also expanded community engagement through new outreach methods, including targeted mailers to multifamily residents with energy efficiency resources, and hosting the first heat pump pizza party, which attracted 120 participants in an effort to increase awareness of clean heating options. On page 103 of the budget book, we've included charts detailing Acton Power Choice Green subscribers and total clean energy coach requests in FY 2025. These are two of our KPIs. And page 104 contains data for the year from our town-owned EV chargers. Looking ahead, the Sustainability Office will continue advancing the implementation of the Climate Action Plan in alignment with the town meeting Climate Emergency Declaration, the Select Board Sustainability Policy, and long-term town goals. Priorities for FY 2027 include accelerating high-impact emissions reduction initiatives, such as continuing to electrify the municipal fleet, town hall, and the Red House. The office will also expand community-facing programs by growing the reach of the Clean Energy Coaching Program, supporting volunteer partners like Energize Acton, improving recycling access and education, particularly for multifamily residents, and streamlining decarbonization and energy efficiency resources for renters, small businesses, and the commercial sector through the Community First Partnership. As part of these goals, the Sustainability Office will continue to leverage state funding opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lauren, Patricia, and Wanjiko. We are happy to take any questions that you have.
Select Board members? Alyssa.
Thank you. Thank you all for the presentations. I think these three offices really demonstrate the ability to engage participation from residents, leverage other funding sources, and there was a third thing I was thinking. Reliance on volunteers. There's so many volunteers who are making these programs that you're engaged in possible. I have just a couple of specific questions. I'm super excited about the Public Service Academy. I don't know if there's going to be a space for me. I was a little surprised, pleasantly, that one of the goals is workforce pathways. And I know our internship program has resulted in some employment opportunities. Is that what you're thinking about for this, as well as civic engagement, that maybe there might be somebody who goes through this program and says, I want to apply for a job with the town?
Exactly, yes, because the age groups that we're targeting is anybody between the ages of like 18 to however old. So yes, for that exact reason, if we have somebody who joins a public service academy at 18 or 16, hopefully we can be able to spark some interest in public service work.
Great.
Yeah.
And then I also have a question about one of the economic development plans, the MAPC Cultural Arts report. Do we know a timeline for when that is going to be ready, published?
The report should be ready by the middle of the year. They are currently conducting some interviews with key stakeholders. There's going to be a public hearing, I could say like a community meeting with some key stakeholders soon, expected for February. And then based on these inputs, they are going to prepare the final document.
Thank you. And then I think this question might be for the manager. I'm just looking at the Cultural Council contribution of $2,000. And I don't know if that has always been that way since its inception, but I'm just wondering, like, how many years have we been contributing that? Has it ever gone up? Is there any chance for that to go up in the future? Because I know the Cultural Council gets a lot more asks for support for their projects and programs from the community than they have funds to provide.
Thanks. So this is not the funding that's, I don't believe this is the funding that's used for grants.
So I'm the liaison to the Cultural Council, and Acton gives this small amount, Boxborough gives a small amount, I don't remember the exact figure, but it's less, like $500. So that actually gets pooled with the money that they get from the Mass Cultural Council, which is, they're very grateful for. They're excited to have the support from both towns. Just wondering if there's ever going to be room for increasing.
I've never fielded a request for more funding in that line item. It's the first
Okay.
time I've ever really noticed it. to be
Noticed
honest
it,
with you.
okay.
So if you have a request, I'd be happy to look at that next year.
Okay, great, thanks.
Other questions from the select board? Fran?
I don't have a question, but thank you so much for all the work you do.
All right, I'm sure there'll be questions from my team. Since this is the town manager budget, I have a macro level number. If we look at total postage, total printing and copying, and then supplies and other supplies, it's like 400 grand. And after listening to two presentations tonight about people and departments looking to do things electronically, I think there's maybe an opportunity there to, I don't know, maybe find 25% of that. I'm not saying you're going to find it this year, but as a future budgeting item to dig into that to see if there's opportunity of knocking that down by finding other ways of doing things. Because in the future, if we could save half of that, that's a couple people, a couple FTEs. So let me go around.
Yeah, so I think, thank you for the question about postage.
I know you have to mail things.
Well,
I'm just saying
but the
in
thing about
future.
postage is the stamp price has never gone down. So,
Right.
well, maybe it has, but not that I'm aware of. And so even if we try to reduce what we're mailing, the cost for mailing is going to continue to increase. And one thing that happened in the last few years is mail-in ballot became a thing. I mean, they used to just be for absentee voters, and now they're for everybody, or they could be for everybody. So that's additional postage that we're required to purchase every year when there's an election. So some years there's not that many elections, but some years there's a few. So we definitely would look for ways to reduce postage, but some of those things are not within our control. unfortunately.
Understood. The other supply number is, I don't know what's in there, but it's 131,000 in 2025, so.
Which page are you on?
None of the pages. I have, it's an aggregation of your numbers.
Okay, so we're just reviewing the budget document, so I'm not familiar with that
It's
aggregation.
a total of your budget documents from there.
Which, the whole,
I'm just saying, you don't have to point to the number. I'm just making the comment that in the future, I think there's opportunity to look at those items. I'm not asking you to prove the number or give me all the minutia of it. I'm just saying that I think there's an opportunity there as you move forward in time. Questions from Finance Committee? Greg?
I'm not sure if it's fair to ask you about KPIs, but let me just be consistent. And how would you prioritize your KPIs? Because you've got lots of them.
Sure, great question. So two ways. Number one, grants. I think that number before of 23 million over 6 years is a pretty good proof of a lot of success in the town in this office. And then another one, the goals that are set annually, both short and long-term by the select board, that the town manager's office tends to focus on when they're completed in the short term and the progress in the long term. That's typically how we identify whether or not we've been successful in the prior year.
And the second one is not a question, it's probably more of a challenge. Patricia, this year, during Restaurant Week, the Finance Committee and the Select Board challenged each other to say which one of us was going to support the local restaurants more actively. I don't think anyone kept tally. And so my challenge to you is next year, you need to come up with an enforcement mechanism to basically say, okay, show us your receipts, because you know what? I think there will be another challenge coming.
Challenge accepted.
John or Ellie or Tom, the head count shows the decline of less than 1/2 of an FTE. But when I look at the clerical salaries and professional salaries on page 97, they go down by about $137,000. Seems a lot for half an FTE.
thank you. I'll take that question. So you've heard a little bit about transitions, and you've heard about all the people we've hired, and I think in the middle of all that, we've taken the opportunity to reorganize and restaff. So where we had different positions at different levels, we've brought in different positions at lower levels, or in some cases, in very few cases, higher levels, but in some cases. And so I think there were a few people that left, that their replacements were at a lower rate of pay, which accounts for part of it.
Okay, so it's just a mix of people that you hired versus the people that left.
And then there was a half-time position in the budget that accounted for a portion of that funding, which we transferred out to a different budget, so.
Okay. One for Patricia. If I read the consultant study on economic development last year, I read a lot about sewers and whether we needed sewers on Great Road. How much of an impediment to commercial development is the lack of sewers on Great Road?
This is a situation that the town has been struggling with for a long time, and solutions for this require a great amount of investment and cooperation with other departments as well. And I'm aware of this need, and this is something that we intend to focus on in the upcoming year.
Okay. And Alyssa, I've been coming to these for a long time, and that Cultural Council number has always been $2,000 as long as I can remember.
Go ahead, Jim.
Sorry to go out of turn. Just remembering this one. For the first time, we tried something new this year, which was to have our public relations agency create a website for transportation. And I didn't know if that was a public relations expense or a transportation expense or something else.
We secured a grant to do a mobility management study, and part of the scope of the grant allowed us to invest in some outreach materials, which included a website. So it was a one-time cost. There is an annual cost that we'll talk to Carl about, but he won't notice.
How does the grant landscape look presently? Are there any concerns? Because every day I'm reading things in the news of headwinds.
That's a good question. I think we haven't had a lot of federal grants, although we had a pretty big one for the Asa Parlin House. But aside from that, we haven't had many federal grants. So although a lot of those have changed, I think a lot of the state grants that we go after have dedicated funding sources outside of government. So I think, you know, for example, all the green ones have a revenue source from RECs and other things like that. So I think they're stable. The governor's office grants that we heard a lot about tonight, I expect those to continue next year as well. Earmarks in the state budget are still being requested. So there certainly could be changes, but they haven't happened yet.
I don't think we have any other questions from finance. Select Board?
I think Select Board's good. Thank you.
Nice job. That was the end of our scheduled program, but we do have the facilities manager here if you want to hear about the facilities budget. Might as well, right? Take it away.
All right, thank you, John. Yes, joining us today is Dan Willett, who is our facilities manager and is making his way up here. I'll hand it over to Dan.
Thank you, Tom. Good evening, Select Board members and Finance Committee members. My name is Dan Willett. I've been with the town for 6 months tomorrow, actually. I oversee the day-to-day operations of the facilities department. Our facilities department here is made up of our crew leader, John Fleming, 3 custodians in Dave Martirosian, Cody Bailey, and Dave Kuchu. We just hired a craftsperson, which I'm very excited about. So we have someone with some technical abilities to fix things around town for us now. Andrea Ristine is the director of our projects and procurement. And then I have Kim Gorman, who is our part-time office administrator, and Dale McGilvery, who is a longtime crew leader for the town, is now a part-time employee for us. Our departmental functions we provide regular cleaning and custodial services to town facilities, coordinate snow and ice removal for a number of municipal buildings, making sure that the sidewalks are safe for everybody to get in, notably Town Hall and the library. Perform general maintenance tasks, so things that break around all the buildings, we fix that. Respond to facilities emergencies 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So HVAC system outages, power outages, stuff of that nature. And we facilitate annual inspections on building systems. So elevators, fire safety equipment, security and fire alarm systems, HVAC systems, and boilers and plumbing systems. So basically, we keep the buildings running, which with the age of some of our buildings can be a challenge, but it's a challenge that I welcome. Some recent accomplishments in FY25, managed the cleaning and light restoration of all of the monuments around the town common and town hall for the Acton 250 celebration. Town Hall gutter replacement, Isaac Davis plow case replacement, which a lot of you probably walked by on the way in tonight, and a department restructuring, so which included the promotion of a longtime staff member in John Fleming to crew leader, and the appointment of myself as a full-time facilities manager. Some of our FY27 goals are to reduce response time of facilities help desk tickets, complete the roof replacement at South Acton Fire Station 2, complete the finance wing renovation and town hall electrification, hopefully, and complete 17 Woodbury Lane, so get that up and operational for folks to use. And additionally, go out and hopefully secure some CPC funding to get the bell tower restored up on top of Town Hall here, get that bell ringing for everybody again, and get all the clocks to be the same, so they're actually reading the right time. Couple of ongoing challenges. More or less, it's the aging equipment and buildings, right? So Acton is a very historically minded town, and our buildings are historic in nature, which is great, and I love working on them, but it does pose some issues as far as aging HVAC equipment and stuff. So we have some capital projects planned for FY27 that are going to try to address some of those issues. And yeah, that a couple of performance metrics. We just started recording these. So facilities help desk tickets closed in FY24. We were 223, and then in FY25 we were 517. There was a large jump because we switched software, so the tracking got a lot better there. And as many of you probably saw, I sent an email out last week. We're now launching a new room reservation software. So in FY25, the municipal properties department booked 780 meeting rooms for people. So you guys are going to be able to do that yourselves now. We'll still have to approve them, but hopefully it's a system that everybody enjoys using. And like I said in the email, if you have any issues with it, please reach out to me. If you turn to page 116 of your budget, or of your budget book, that's where our budget is. We only have a couple of large notable changes this year. Street lighting and traffic signal and security are coming off of our budget and being moved over to DPW. They manage the upkeep of those lights, so it made sense to move that over to them. And then there's a 23% reduction in electricity cost, and that's going to be due to the utilization of net metering credits to make up for that, that drop. So that's it for me. I'll welcome any questions that you have.
Work our way down. Fran, you first.
A lot of hands.
Mine's quick, but Dan, I literally got an email as we were sitting here asking, why don't I hear the bell ringing at night from a townsperson?
Really?
So, yes,
All right.
I think we're all missing it, but in due time.
Yeah. No, it pained me to shut it off.
Thank you.
Yep.
Jim.
Welcome here.
Thank you.
It's great to have you here. A question I have is, when you're repeatedly, having to repair or work with old equipment, how does the process work for figuring out, recommending, and deciding that it's time to upgrade? Does that stay within your department, or is there some other departments involved, or how does that work? Because it seems like you're the ones with the eyes on, seeing, how things are decaying and how much time and money they're taking to maintain. So I'm hoping you have a big influence over the upgrade process, but I understand there's other factors involved.
Yeah, I mean, we take the recommendations of our contractors when it comes to HVAC, and plumbing is, are the two biggest ones. They're pretty good at letting us know that it's time. This isn't gonna work for you anymore. And outside of that, the decision is pretty much always financial, right? So, does it make sense to keep fixing something, or does it make sense to, we're gonna have to seek money to upgrade that piece of equipment? Right now, we're in a position where we can keep fixing everything, but that's not gonna last forever.
Just to follow, so I don't think your budget includes the replacements of systems, is that right?
The building grounds and maintenance line is where we pull money from when we do need to do something like that, which is why you can kind of see a fluctuation in that budget line over the years, is my understanding.
Got it, thanks.
Yep.
Thank you. I think my question is very quick. Is your department also responsible for our facilities in our recreation spaces, like the Narrow Park facilities and things like that?
General maintenance, yes. Custodial maintenance, no. So if they have something that breaks, we'll go up and take care of that for them, but they have their own custodial services up there.
Thank you.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation, and I'll echo Jim's welcome.
Thank you.
You've been here for a little while. I hear from other staff in different departments that you're great to work with, and I really appreciate that you jumped right in shortly after arriving to work with some, not only staff, but elected volunteer library trustees and Commission on Disabilities folks over at the Citizens Library. So I appreciate that enthusiasm. I have a question about the increase in the professional salaries. So the total personal services is only going up by 10%, but I'm just wondering about that 98% increase right above it for professional salaries, because the FTEs are remaining stable. And I didn't hear you mention a promotion, which was the answer to my other questions about different departments.
I can take that one. So if you look above the regular perm, decreased by $66,900, that was for a project manager that was shifted into this line item. This line item funds both the Director of Projects and Procurement and the Facilities Manager. And through reorganizations in other departments throughout the year, we're able to transition additional money over to this department to be able to fund the Facilities Manager.
Okay.
When we had talked about the reorg before, this was part of operations, where IT and operations were combined. Facilities were combined, and there were some salaries that were spent in the IT budget that could have shifted over, so we were able to do a couple reorgs and fund Dan's position through this.
Okay, so it's a geography. I'm glad you mentioned the procurement officer and project director. Is that her title? I just want to give a shout out for Andrea Ristine for managing all of these 250 projects that are listed here, the 250, the monuments, the case, working with artists. It seemed like it was a lot to handle, and she did an excellent job. And also thinking about her position as procurement and project director, I noted in the accounting department, there was a note about the workload that's added because of all of the grants that we get, which are fabulous, but they have unique reporting requirements. I'm just wondering if if she's handling just bids, or if there's any support that this department offers to accounting, if that's even possible, or if it's a completely different skill set, or if there's maybe no capacity in that position. So just curious about that.
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you. So Andrea does play a pretty large role in a lot of things. For reimbursements and grant reporting, Andrea is involved with almost every procurement and solicitation that goes out, and then management of projects as well. So she's played a vital role in ensuring, and I'll use Asa Parlin as a great example, our compliance with HUD for the $600,000 grant. She helps develop the reports that are required for biannual and annual reporting, as well as reimbursement submissions. So the accountant department handles, of course, everything internal, and they have a piece of the puzzle in this, but Andrea has played a large role in making sure we're compliant with grants as well.
No particular questions. I'm just looking down here on your contractual services. You're carrying $200,000, and I presume that that includes a lot of the things like maintenance contracts for generators, elevators, that sort of equipment. And I'm happy to see that you've got a good number there, and certainly want to encourage you to make sure that you stay on top of those, keeping those maintenance contracts up and running. Sprinkler systems as well. I mean, there's a whole list of mechanical systems that you have to take care of that you have I'm sure you have no particular familiarity with. It's a wide set of equipment. So I think in the future, make sure that it seems like you've got a good number, but make sure that you maintain those numbers and maintain those systems properly. The obvious example was when the emergency generator in this building finally died. It's caused huge problems and huge expenses. So it's important to keep that stuff maintained. That's the only point. Welcome aboard. Hopefully we'll have good news about the CPC grant.
Thank you, yes. And I'm in full agreement with staying on top of all of those contracted services.
Great.
All right, I got two questions you did explain that there is a 23% reduction in electricity from the prior budget year. But when you look at the actual spend in 24-25 and the budget amounts, 24 was 338, 25 is 495, and the budget's 201. Can you just get me grounded again that 201's enough money to cover that line item?
It's not enough to cover it. We're going to supplement that with net metering credits through the energy efficiency funds.
So you're getting tax credits you're getting
We
credits?
have, the energy efficiency fund is used to offset utility payments to help us stabilize that account, and we intend to use it as much as we need to this year.
Is that similar to natural gas? Because that's budgeted down 20, 30 grand from the run rate. Yeah, I have it, yeah. Yeah, it's budgeted, it's at 110, 25 was basically 150, and 24 was 140, and it's at 110.
Yeah, I know we did a procurement through Power Options, and this is based on the costs that we're estimating to pay for that next year.
And so it's going to be different than the prior 2 years?
Yeah.
Based on what you're seeing?
Yes.
Is that similar to and I understand it was explained that building grounds and maintenance bounces around, but just looking at the prior 2 years, you're like at 300, 284, and then the budget's, even though it's up from the 26 budget, it's 267, which looks like it's still short money. You're saying you're coming in lower than you did the prior 2 years. If that makes sense, it makes sense. I'm just asking the question.
Yeah, we tried to limit increases where we thought we could, and this is another example of that.
So it's about, and then the last question is actually probably for Ellie or you, John, or Thomas. What is in your definition, what is your difference? What qualifies someone as regular perm and what qualifies somebody as professional salaries? We had a lot of conversations tonight about people moving from one bucket.
So on the gas, to get back what Scott was talking about, we've locked in our gas prices going forward. on natural gas, or is that something that's, because gas recently spiked up today, was a huge jump. And, and I'm just concerned that FY '26, we're going to be a big number over on that as well, considering that December was so cold this year. And as you know, tonight it's been colder this winter than last winter. And obviously, that means our heating system, especially here in Town Hall, will be working harder to keep up with the cold weather outside.
Yeah, thank you. Lauren just reminded me that we do have a 3-year contract with power options for the natural gas for most of our buildings, probably not all of our buildings, but most of our big buildings.
Thank you.
I'm not going to ask you about KPIs because you actually mentioned them, but I have a professional curiosity. Since you're the new guy, do your colleagues tip you off? Do you watch video from last year? How did you know that was a question?
I had 3.5 hours to sit in here and prepare, so I knew it was coming.
Right here in the book, it says that you had 18 projects listed for bids and you reviewed 23 bids. Does that mean that the vast majority of projects were either no bid or were completely uncompetitive?
No. Go ahead.
From what I understand, and we can clarify it, but the 18 bids that were listed there are what the ones that Andrea handled through the Projects and Procurement Office that she solicited. She worked with Project Dog and followed 30B and 126 and all the other processing or purchasing requirements. The other ones were ones that she was involved with, whether they were just solicitations because they're below a certain dollar amount, or she was supporting other departments with those. We can clarify that with her, but.
You understand what it looks like, right?
Yeah, yes, I do. We do it, and just for the record, for the 18 or 19 sealed bids, we received many more responses than the 23. It was a very busy year.
Good. Otherwise, it's not competitive, and then what's the point in doing it? And are you the person who's going to be reviewing the proposals for the town hall electrification equipment?
I'm part of the team that will be reviewing the proposals, yes.
I know we have a directive in town to be decarbonized all the time, 100% amen. In the interest of doing the right thing, and in the interest of being able to have political cover if doing the right thing is easy, please make sure you come back with a ROI evaluation for both the green version that you guys want and a dirty version that may not meet our carbon plans, but we are allowed to have an exception. And if you don't show if the two numbers are similar, then it becomes a no-brainer. If one becomes significantly cheaper or the green investment has a 4X ROI timeframe, then that becomes a much more worthwhile conversation to have. Not doing any of the ROI analyses, one analysis being don't do anything at all. I know that's really unpopular, but that's an ROI analysis that needs to be done. If you don't put all of these analyses forward, you may run into the same behavior that happened at last year's town meeting, where the lack of information led to the project failing. So my friendly advice is make sure you have your ROI numbers for all three situations. And then my last comment, I see as one of your goals for fiscal year '27 to complete a 17 Woodbury renovation, develop a usage and reservation policy for 17 Woodbury Lane. Do you anticipate that the onlining of that building is going to require any amount of FTE?
No.
No, it's going to be absorbed by the library already, or by the town hall staff already?
Yeah, town hall staff.
I would ask you to please keep to that. There should be no reason that an FTE, or even a part of an FTE, should be required for a building that we voted down at town meeting.
Understood.
Given the volatility in
various ways to heat things, expenses such as electricity, natural gas, et cetera. I would love to have the HVAC system look at a dual fuel. My brother got an air source heat pump installed, and they were able to, still being compliant with the grant, piggyback it on top of his oil system so that if there was a failure of one, it could use the other, but also he can choose which way to go. So if that's something, a possibility, I would love to see that as an option.
Understood.
I think we're done with questions, right? Select Board?
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Dan. So, thank you all for your attention and for your thoughtful questions. Those are the presentations that we had planned tonight, plus one. So we're going to reconvene tomorrow night unless you...
You promised we had to stay here till 10.
We can stay till 10 if you'd like.
No, thank you. I
We
move
need
to
Chinese
adjourn.
food now.
I mean,
I move to adjourn.
the amount of departments we have left to cover are less than we did tonight.
He's still talking.
Sorry.
The departments we have left to cover are?
I think we're good with continuing tomorrow, right?
Motion to adjourn.
All in
Non-debatable.
favor?
Aye.
Finance Committee's adjourned.
Selectmen, move to adjourn. Someone make a motion? Okay, all in favor of adjournment, say aye.
Aye. Lisa, that was David moving, Alyssa seconding.